Colleague from Texas, the Honorable Mr. Green.
Under the Speaker's announced policy, January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And I am grateful to my colleague for yielding the floor. But I'm very grateful for the opportunity to stand here in the Congress of the United States of America. It means something to me every time I have this opportunity to speak. I love my country. I love what it stands for. Yes, it is not perfect. Yes, my ancestors retreated in a horrific way. But still, we have some ideals that can help us to make a difference. I believe in liberty and justice for all. I believe in the words of the Declaration of Independence. All persons created equal, endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I believe that notwithstanding our imperfections, we still have an opportunity to have that more perfect union. So I rise today, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in the name of mercy. In the name of mercy. Justice, yes, always justice, but also mercy. Because justice has to do with the law and fairness, but mercy has to do with compassion and grace. And still I rise, and still I rise. A proud son of the segregated South. I know what it's like to be discriminated against. I know what it's like to drink from colored water fountains. I know what it's like to sit in the back of the bus because you're required to. I know what it's like to sit in the balcony of the movie because you're required to. I know what segregation is all about, and I know what apartheid's all about. And for those of us who lived segregation, the difference between apartheid and segregation is just a spelling of the words. I understand it. So a lot of what I say here on the floor has much to do with the history that I have lived. I care about those who are downtrodden, perhaps because I have walked in their shoes. I care about those who are being denied their human rights, their rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, because for many years, I lived in the segregated South where those rights were not afforded me. The rights that the Constitution of the United States of America codified for me, my friends and neighbors took them away. So I wanted you to, Mr. Speaker, to know just a little bit more about me, because today I rise with an appeal for innocent victims. Just before coming to the floor, I saw a preview, if you will, a showing of what happened in Israel on October the 7th. Mr. Speaker, there is no way to justify that level of inhumanity to human beings. It cannot be justified. We can never tolerate that level of inhumanity. We have to speak up. We have to say something, and we have to do something. I understand. And for those who didn't see what I saw, let me share just a few aspects of what I saw with you. I saw people who would shoot human beings and then decide to decapitate them. I saw an actual decapitation take place. I saw persons being pulled along and brutalized. I would not have you see it, but I would have you know that it happened as I saw it. This is human beings demonstrating an inhumanity to other humans. So I just left this showing. And I'm here today to appeal to this Congress and all who can view what I'm saying for mercy. Mercy and prayers, if you will, and aid, if you will, to the Israelis. But I also am here to ask for mercy and aid for the Palestinians. Our signature has been placed on by virtue of our largesse to Israel. Our signature was on those bombs. I believe that we have a duty, a responsibility, and an obligation to do something about the conditions that were created when those bombs were dropped in Gaza. According to the statistical information that has been afforded me by my capable, competent, and qualified staff, the death toll has risen to more than 27,000 in Gaza. And here is the statistic that ought to touch your heart. I don't care where you're from. It ought to touch your heart to hear this statistic. 10,000 of them were children. You can blame adults, but you can't blame those children. 10,000 babies. Those babies are innocent victims. Those persons in Israel on October 7th were innocent victims. There are innocent victims in Gaza who are women and men. We ought to care about innocent victims, regardless as to where they're from. 10,000 children lost their lives. Reports show that more than 67,000 individuals have been injured. More than 67,000. Those 67,000 people are going to hopefully have a life, but I don't want them to have a life wherein their future, as they see it, has vengeance and revenge. The parents of those 10,000 children, I don't want them to see only vengeance and revenge in their future. Vengeance and revenge doesn't end in one cycle. It's a continuous cycle that you're into. At some point, we have to get out of the killing. I'm asking for mercy. I understand justice, but I know this. An injustice in the name of justice is still an injustice. We cannot, as the United States of America, the country that believes in liberty and justice for all, we cannot sit and watch what's happening in Gaza and not have some sense of a desire to help them. According to the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, over 300,000 people are at risk of famine. 300,000 people at risk of famine. 300,000 people hungry. 300,000 people cramped into a very small space. I've been to Gaza, the most densely populated area in the world, and that was when all of Gaza was available to the Palestinians who lived there. Now that you have them confined in just a smaller area, a much smaller area, imagine what it is like for 300,000 people to be at risk of famine. A quarter of Gaza's population, and that's around 500,000 people, are believed to be at phase 5, the catastrophic level, the level where you have a risk for mass starvation and death. I don't wish this kind of thing to happen to anyone. We are a country known for our mercy in war. In this country, if we are at war with you, engaged in mortal combat, if we should injure you in mortal combat, we give you aid and comfort. In this country, we understand that there is a difference between war and a person who is wounded. Yes, you can be at war, but the wounded ought to be treated. And by the way, those persons who on October 7th took the lives of those innocent persons in Israel, they were not giving aid and comfort. But we have an opportunity to do something about this. We cannot allow Gaza to go on suffering with famine in this catastrophic way. We're the United States of America. When we show up, we bring liberty and justice with us. We bring mercy with us. We're not like the other guys. We're different. It's time for us to show up. It's time for us to make it clear that we plan to be of assistance to the Palestinians. We've already made it clear that we're going to be of assistance to Israel. Now we have to make it clear that we're going to be of assistance to Palestinians, the innocent victims. Mr. Netanyahu himself has said that the Palestinians are victims. It's Hamas. It's Hamas that has created the catastrophe. So we must show up, and we have a duty because our fingerprints are on those bombs, those munitions. We are the United States of America. We have to act like it. As of the end of November, more than 1,000 children have undergone one or double leg amputations. This is according to UNICEF. We don't want those 1,000 children to grow up with revenge as the hallmark of their history. We're the United States of America. When we show up, things change. Analysis of satellite photos suggests that between 50 to 61% of all structures in Gaza, this is the Gaza Strip, have been damaged as of January 29th. 50 to 61%. 50 to 61% includes, but not limited to, schools, includes homes, includes hospitals, includes the things that make life livable. 50 to 61%. In rebuilding Gaza, it's estimated, and estimates vary, but it's estimated that the economic cost to rebuild it after this war, depending on who's making the estimate, And when the estimate was released, according to estimates, one in January, Reuters article, a Palestinian official has indicated that it could be $15 billion. And this is needed to rebuild Gaza's housing units, $15 billion. Now, we can't talk about sending millions to Gaza when we're sending scores of millions to other places. Our fingerprints were on those bombs. So we're going to have to do more than send a few $100 million. I know that I will have people who will say, well, we can't afford it. We can't afford not to do it because there's a future that we all have to encounter. And that future ought not have in it another cycle of revenge. Our fingerprints were on those bombs that fell in Gaza. The official estimates that 350,000 housing units have been damaged, and 150,000 of them would need to be rebuilt at a cost of about $100,000 per unit. These people are without homes. Many of them were living in circumstances less than desirable before this war, and they're even less desirable now. And according to a December analysis by DW News, a German-based state-owned news station, rebuilding Gaza after the war would cost up to $50 billion. I'm not suggesting that we send $50 billion, but I am suggesting this, that any bill that we pass have money in it for Gaza, and I would hope that we would have the courage to have a line item for Gaza, just as we will have a line item for Ukraine, a line item for Israel, a line item for Taiwan and the Pacific Rim. We ought to have a line item for Gaza. Our fingerprints are on the bombs that fell on Gaza. I have said I'm interested in justice always, but today the appeal is for mercy. As I indicated, justice has to do with the law and fairness. But today I'm asking for mercy for these babies in Gaza that are now fatherless and motherless, for these parents in Gaza who have lost their children. I want to show you just a few pictures to help you better understand what we're dealing with. This first picture that I will show you is just to give you what an indication or some depiction of what you've already seen. I'm sure you have if you've been attuned to the news. This is much of what these statistical pieces of information reveal. You can see the destruction. This is not habitable, uninhabitable. Our fingerprints on this. Those bombs have our fingerprints, had our fingerprints. We got to do something about this. Here is a picture of a person, an adult, with children. 2 adults, 2 children. I don't know whether that's their home in the background. But I know that those conditions are not suitable for human habitation. And you look at these beautiful babies. Babies are innocent victims of this war. We've got to do something about this. Our fingerprints are on the bombs. Here is a depiction of a child, young person. By the way, I did not bring some of the photos that would give you a more horrific representation. But now as you look at this, I want you to see the Israeli baby. Look, see the Israeli children in this child. There were some Israeli children who were harmed to a greater extent than you see here, and there are some children in Gaza who were harmed to a greater extent than you see here. But as we look at this child, don't look for someone that looks like you. Look at a human being. And our fingerprints are on the bombs that created these conditions. The people in Gaza have been forced to relocate and relocate. Can you imagine what it would be like to be told that you have to move out of your home, told to do it on short notice, don't have a vehicle, all of the luxuries that we enjoy? So you take your cart and your donkey and you load up, and you and your family are off to look for a safe place to live, not necessarily a comfortable place. This has happened. This has happened to the Palestinians in Gaza. We've got to do something about this. And finally, my appeal to you, don't see a Palestinian, please. See a human being. Think of the Israelis that were harmed. Realize that there are children in Gaza that have been harmed. Harmed is a very kind, polite word for all of these innocent victims. It's a very polite way to say that children have lost their lives. It's a very polite way to speak of the inhumanity that the Israelis suffered. It's a polite way to talk about decapitations. We are the United States of America. We hold within our hands the power to show the world that these kinds of circumstances can be addressed, and that we plan to be a party to the effort to make right these injustices. Yes, injustices. Injustice in Israel, injustice in Gaza. Now, when it comes time for us to do what we can monetarily, there has to be aid for Gaza. There has to be aid for Palestinians. We cannot decide that our aid can only benefit some when we know that we have a duty to benefit others. This is our duty and our responsibility. We must do what we can to ensure that the persons in Gaza receive aid and comfort. They are innocent victims, and all innocent victims have to be accorded the opportunity to have a brighter future. I'm always fond of quoting Dr. King, and the quote that everybody knows is most applicable here. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. It may not happen today, but if we leave these injustices unchecked, if we don't do what we can to provide aid and comfort to Palestinians, the injustice that we see in these distant places can haunt us because our fingerprints are on the bombs that created these circumstances. I will go back to my district, and on Saturday, I will continue this. I will continue this process on Saturday because I have scheduled a meeting with constituents at the Fountain of Praise. Those of you from Houston and my district, you know of what I speak and the location that I speak of. 10 o'clock a.m. This is an indication of what I will talk about, but it's not a complete story of what I will reveal. So I ask persons who come, bring your video equipment. We'll do it live, and you can video it so that the world may see there is nothing to hide. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the time, and I believe that we can make the difference necessary to end the cycle of vengeance. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome again, Mr. Powell. It's an honor to have you before us today. I always enjoy hearing your commentary. As you know, recession and inflation, these are buzzwords, and they are used in some circumstances to cast a dim light on perhaps the Fed and others who are working to end some of these troubling circumstances we're dealing with. Are you now at a point where you believe that there will not be a recession? There was much talk about recession, and many people worried that we would find ourselves having to negotiate our way out of a recession. What is your position currently on a recession?
So U.S. growth last year was in excess of 3%. What we're seeing so far this year is continued solid growth. My expectation, and that of other forecasters and of my colleagues, is that we'll see continued growth at a solid pace. I will say, so there's no evidence or no reason to think that the U.S. economy is in or in some kind of short-term risk of falling into recession. Having said that, though, there's always a possibility, a meaningful possibility that an economy will fall into recession. I don't think that possibility, though, is elevated at the current time.
Thank you. I appreciate your saying this because we want to, at some point, eliminate the great deal of fear associated with just the term recession. Next point, the December FOMC projections showcase a slightly lower unemployment rate than last June's projections and slightly higher GDP, suggesting a soft landing remains likely. Are you of the opinion that we're headed to a soft landing, Mr. Powell?
I'll just say that what we've seen so far is an economy that's growing at a solid pace. We're seeing a labor market that is still tight, still strong. Wages are moving up, but the labor market's coming into better balance between supply and demand, and inflation has come down sharply, really, since the middle of last year. So those are the conditions we see. They're very attractive conditions, and we're trying to use our policies to keep that growth going and to keep that labor market strong while also achieving further progress on inflation. That's our goal. And do I think there's a possibility we can achieve all of that while keeping the labor market strong and the economy growing? Yes, I think there is a possibility. Indeed, that is what we're trying to achieve.
A soft landing can be difficult to identify. We could possibly have a soft landing and miss the point at which the landing took place. How do you define the soft landing such that a member of the public, a layperson, would understand that we have indeed had a soft landing?
So we really think about it in the terms I just discussed, which is we want to keep the economy growing, we want the labor market to remain strong. 3.7% unemployment is pretty near 50-year historical lows. And we want inflation to continue to move down closer and closer to that 2% objective. And we've made quite good progress on that over just the past year. So we want to continue those conditions. And I don't want to put the label on it. Other people can do that. But I would just say we're using our tools to keep a strong labor market and strong growth while making further progress on getting inflation down to 2% for the benefit of the public. That's the economy that we're trying to achieve, and I think there's we're on a good path so far to be able to get there.
Well, I concur, but I would ask this as my last question. Will there be some announcement at some point that we've had a soft landing? Because we have people who are continually indicating that we're not having a soft landing, there's a possibility of a recession. So will there ever be some official statement that would give people some comfort?
I don't think by us, no. I think we're just going to keep our heads down and do our jobs and try to deliver what the public is expecting from us. We wouldn't be declaring victory like that, but
The gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise, and still I rise. I rise as a very proud, unbought, unbossed, unafraid, liberated Democrat. In the spirit of Shirley Chisholm, she was, as she proclaimed, unbought and unbossed. I rise also as the scion of the enslaved Africans whose lives were sacrificed to make America great. I rise as the progenitor of Slavery Remembrance Day, August the 20th, Slavery Remembrance Day. All of these things are important to me because all of these things are associated with my history. So I rise today in the spirit of Shirley Chisholm. I rise to speak and address an issue that is little known to most persons. The issue has to do with domicide. Domicide. Domicide, and I'll repeat this again in just a moment, but I think it will serve us well to articulate it at this moment. Domicide, this is the widespread or systematic destruction of homes, often during conflict. I'll be saying more about it in just a moment. But this is to whet your appetite, if you will, to get you in the frame of mind such that you will start to give some thought to this word domicide, which more than likely you have not seen prior to today. It's something that is new to most of us, domicide. And in addressing this issue of domicide, I'd like to read from an article published by NPR styled, "What is Domicide and Why Has War in Gaza Brought New Attention to the Term?" It is an article that was written by Becky Sullivan on February 9th, 2024. NPR, these are the words of NPR. One of the most staggering statistics to emerge from the war between Israel and the militant group Hamas is this. This is NPR. More than 650,000 residents of Gaza will have no home to return to once Israel completes military campaign, the United Nations says. Once Israel completes its military campaign, no home to return to. That total, this is according to NPR, amounts to nearly 30% of the territory's population, and many more will be unable to return home immediately due to damage to infrastructure and the danger of unexploded ordnance. The UN's Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs says. This is disturbing to note that some 650,000 residents in an area that has approximately 2 million persons, a little more than 2 million, will have no home to return to. And it's indicated that this will be the case once Israel completes its military campaign. Let me step aside from the article for just a moment and say this. What Hamas did on October 7 was unthinkable. It was a dastardly deed. It will live in the annals of history with those other dastardly deeds that we all regret having to recall to our minds. It was horrible. It is unthinkable. It is horrific. This is what Hamas did. And Israel declared war on Hamas. Israel has a right to demand justice and to receive justice for the dastardly deeds perpetrated. Babies were killed, men, women were killed, persons were decapitated. Israel has a right to seek justice. Israel declared war on Hamas. Israel did not declare war on Palestinians or Palestine. Israel did not declare war on the people of Palestine. In fact, Mr. Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, has indicated himself that the Palestinians are victims. The Palestinians are victims. Israel did not declare war on the Palestinians, but rather on Hamas. And I say this repeatedly with the emphasis that I've attributed to these commentaries, because there are many people who have confused Hamas with Palestine and Palestinians. Many people assume that because of what Hamas did, Palestinians can suffer and it's okay. Many people have concluded that it's wrong to kill Israeli babies, that it's wrong to kill innocent people in Israel. But many people have concluded that it's okay to kill Palestinian babies and innocent Palestinians. I'm not one of them. I do not believe that in the name of justice, you can commit an injustice and that injustice will be a justice. An injustice committed in the name of justice is still an injustice. And what has happened to thousands of Palestinian babies in the course of this war on Hamas is an injustice. So let me continue. I've indicated that some 650,000 residents of Gaza will have no home to return to once Israel completes its military campaign. This is according to the United Nations. And it estimates that total amounts to nearly 30% of the territory's population. And many more will be unable to return home immediately due to damage to infrastructure. Now, this is in addition to the 650,000. In addition to the 650,000, many more won't be able to return home due to damage to infrastructure and the danger of unexploded ordnance. The UN's Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, OCHA, I will pronounce it OCHA, says, as of early February, more than 70,000 housing units in Gaza have been destroyed, and nearly 300,000 have been damaged. This is according to the organization, OCHA, the one that coordinates the humanitarian affairs. And it goes on to say here in the article, taken together, it represents 60% of all housing units in the Gaza Strip. 60% of all housing units. Some researchers and human rights advocates say the destruction amounts to domicide, which I have called to your attention. Domicide, or the widespread or systematic destruction of homes, often during conflict. To a reader in a faraway place, this would apply to a lot of us. To a reader in a faraway place with no connection to the conflict, the numbers may feel abstract. But behind each of those numbers are families now experiencing the loss of their homes, said Amar Azus, a research fellow at the University of Oxford. And he is an author of the book Domicide, Architecture, War, and the Destruction of Home in Syria. This, and this is a quotation, this is the house of a family, he goes on to say, of the saving, the livelihood, the dreams, the future of the people. This is what Azus says. Let me just elaborate for just a moment. This is the house of a family. Can you imagine your home being destroyed? You've done nothing wrong and your home is destroyed. He indicates that savings will be destroyed. Most people don't buy homes with cash. They have to save. And in this country, they have a mortgage. And for some long period of time, perhaps 30 years, even more if you have to refinance for some reason. But this is your home, and you're investing your life savings to a certain extent in this home. So your savings are lost if your home is destroyed. The livelihood. This is a means by which people can make a living. And some people literally have home offices for various businesses that they're engaged in. Of dreams. Your home is a place that allows you to dream of better things, of better places, of better times. Of dreams about things that have happened to you and things that you plan to do. Your home provides you the opportunity to think big, dream big, and believe that there's a better opportunity in the future. But it's lost once your home is destroyed. It's the future of people. Homes have been the means by which people have been able to finance a child's education. The means by which persons can start a small business with the equity that they have in the home. Homes have provided people with a future. And he goes on to say, and when the world's attention, if you will, when the world is no longer looking at Gaza and the Palestinians, He goes on to say, when the world's gaze moves on and forgets about what's happened, this pain and suffering and rupture remains with the people for decades. You don't lose your home, have your home blown away, bombed, destroyed, and just forget about it. It becomes a nightmare. Your dream becomes a nightmare. You will, for years, decades, perhaps the rest of your life, remember that you lost your home. And then you have to start all over again. If you are young, starting all over may be something that you can accomplish with a degree of ease. But many of these persons who are losing their homes in Gaza are not young. They're not starting all over as youngsters who have the years ahead of them. Many of them are seeking a place to call home, shelter, if you will, in places that have been destroyed, but maybe there's a corner that they can move into, and perhaps they can pull some cover over themselves at night. They bring their babies with them, their children with them as they move into these places to try to find shelter. Let's take a look at one possibility. This is a depiction of destruction in Gaza. You have two adults with children out front. I don't know that this is their home, that they were ever living in any of these areas that are represented in the picture. But this is a place where someone dwelled. And as you can see, it has been destroyed. This has to be painful. When you realize that years of savings, years of building and repairing, all gone up with one bomb that has our fingerprints on it, by the way. Our fingerprints, because we have provided largesse to Israel. And someone would say, well, maybe the money didn't go directly toward that bomb. Perhaps not. Perhaps not. But as my colleagues from across the aisle like to remind me, there is something called fungibility, meaning that monies that are set aside for one thing, once you acquire some additional dollars, you can use that money for other things. So we have our fingerprints on this destruction. And we ought to be concerned about the harm that it's going to cause, not just in the near future, but in the distant future. Immediate harm as well as long-term harm. I continue now with the NPR article, and for fear that some may have missed the last paragraph, I'll read it again. This is the house of a family of saving, the livelihood, the dreams, and the future of people. This is what Zeus said. And when the world's gaze moves on, when the world is no longer paying attention, if you will, moves on and forgets about what's happened, this pain, these are the persons who will experience the pain to a certain extent. This pain, this suffering and rupture remains with people for decades because this was their lost life, their lost time, and they grieve for it. Lost life. Your life is in your home. Your time is in your home. We have to start to think about what's happening to people now as a result of our largesse. Our largesse is permitting this kind of thing to happen to people that war has not been declared against. Remember, the war was declared against Hamas, not Palestinians. Continuing with the NPR article, Domicide has come to be a feature of conflict in the Middle East. This is what he said. From Mosul in Iraq to Aleppo and Homs in his native Syria. Azus and others argue that this kind of destruction wreaks deep psychological damage. Deep psychological damage on people. Can you imagine how hurt you would be mentally if you have your home destroyed and you've done nothing wrong and you're innocent? Can you imagine how this pain lingers within your mind? He says it's deep psychological damage on people for whom the loss of their home means a deeply felt loss of security. No home. You've lost your security. Home is a place where you feel secure. You lock your doors. You're there with your family. Everybody's in, and you feel safe and secure. It remains a place of loss of security, of comfort and memories. The memories of the children growing up, the many little things that happen in the home, the baby taking his first step in the room where, in some cases, the baby was born, unfortunately. Now, the article, this is NPR, goes on to move into what the numbers show in Gaza. More than half of all buildings in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed as of February 2nd, according to analysis of satellite imagery by a team of researchers at Oregon State University. This is NPR now quoting Oregon State University researchers, as well as, it says here, the City University of New York in northern Gaza, the most populous area of the territory before the war. As much as 89.2% of all buildings were damaged or destroyed. This is in northern Gaza, where people were told, you have to move. You have to move because the military is coming and you'll be safe if you move to another area, which we have found not to be the case, by the way. So let's take a look at another picture. This is a representation. This is Gaza. I'm not sure that it's northern Gaza, but if you look at the destruction here, you can see the lost dreams, the hopes, the security. The destruction is almost unimaginable. Unimaginable in the sense that this is being perpetrated on innocent people. On innocent people. Here is an example of an innocent person. Young Palestinian child. Obviously, we should be concerned first about this child. The home and other tangible things are important, but first about this child. But this child may have no home to return to. Notice I said may. I don't know this child's personal history. May have no home to return to. Injured, suffering, may have no home to return to. If not this child, some child who has been injured will have no home to return to, if not this child. And when you see this child, as I have begged in the past, and I appeal to you now, don't just see a Palestinian child. See a human being that is suffering. See an Israeli child. See on, care, have a heart, understand that injustice in the name of justice is still injustice. This is an injustice. Many of the persons who had to leave their homes did not leave in the mode of transportation that would be familiar to us. Here's a family. They are having to vacate, and in so doing, they find themselves with what appears to be as much as they can carry on a cart that is being drawn with a donkey. Already poor, already in poverty by standards that we recognize, lost their home or leaving their home. I don't know their personal history, so I can't say that these persons lost their home in the bombing, but I can tell you that somebody similar to these persons, if not these persons, did, when the numbers I've called to your attention are as large as they are. So it may not be these persons, but it has been some people that have had to evacuate, had to vacate and move on because the bombs were coming, and they came. Another picture of a child suffering. We can conclude that the child is suffering because the head is bandaged. There is some sort of tube that's been inserted in the child's mouth. Suffering. I keep bringing this to your attention because we cannot allow the Palestinians to become just casualties of war. That's all. Just casualties of war. I refuse to allow Israelis to be casualties of war, innocent people. And I'm going to stand for the Palestinians in the same vein as I stand for the Israelis. They're not just casualties of war. These are human beings. And if this child survives 10, 15, 20 years from now, what will the psychological impact of this be on that child some 20 years from now? How will this impact this child's behavior? Does anybody really care? Or do we just want to bomb what we see as Gaza and Hamas into oblivion? Do we just want to bomb them into oblivion and in the process kill innocent babies? Nobody can claim that this baby was a part of Hamas. This baby looks to be not older than 3 or 4 years of age at most. Probably, I'm being generous in saying 3 or 4. But this is a baby. We are the United States of America. We care about people. We're the country with the Statue of Liberty. We're the country with the words, all persons are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We're the country that pledge allegiance to a flag, and we announce as we do so that there should be liberty and justice for all. We're the United States of America. We cannot condone this. We cannot condone it. We cannot, in one breath, condemn the killing of innocent Israelis, innocent babies in Israel, and then condone this. Find some way in our minds to justify that it's okay for this to occur, But if you hurt an Israeli baby, you've done something dastardly. Well, this is a baby too. And for those who believe in the right to life, does this child have a right to life? I say yes. Continuing. NPR article, not Al Green. This is from NPR, published on February 9th, 2024, written by Becky Sullivan. This is NPR. More than half of all buildings in Gaza have been damaged or destroyed as of February 2nd, according to analysis of satellite imagery by a team of researchers at Oregon State University and the City University of New York. In northern Gaza, the most populous area of the territory before the war, as much as 89.2% of all buildings were damaged or destroyed. Damaged or destroyed. Israel's military says it strikes in response to October 7, when Hamas militants attacked Israel and killed 1,200 people. Let me just stop. I'm going to finish the sentence, but I have to say this. Killed is too polite a word for what Hamas did. It really is. When you decapitate people, killed is not the word that we can use, and decapitation is too polite. These are words for polite society. Killed. What they did was something that human beings ought not have to witness. Mr. Speaker, I see you with the gavel. Am I nearing the end of my time?
Yes.
Let me conclude with this. Friends, we have to care because we have our fingerprints on these issues. And I only pray, I hope, that we will do something to help the people of Palestine. Humanitarian aid is absolutely necessary, and I pray that the country that provided the largesse that made much of this possible will be the same country to provide the humanitarian aid to help the people of Palestine who are suffering immeasurable harm. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Announced policy of January 9th, 2023. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. I rise proud to be an American, proud to have the opportunity to stand here in the Congress of the United States of America and address issues of importance to the world. I am proud to say that as an American, I salute the flag, I say the Pledge of Allegiance, I sing the national anthem, I stand for the anthem. But Mr. Speaker, as I always remind people, as a liberated Democrat, I remind them, the greatness of America will not be measured by whether the Al Greens of the world will stand and salute the flag or will stand and sing the national anthem. The greatness of America will be measured by whether the Al Greens of the world will defend those who choose not to stand, who choose not to sing, who choose not to salute. I will defend their rights as Americans not to participate in many things that I participate in. And Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that when I tell people I love my country, A good many would say to me, why would you love a country that segregated you? Why would you love a country that required you to sit in the back of the bus, the balcony of the movie? Why would you love a country that has treated you so badly and so poorly when you were a child? I was a son of the segregated South. The laws that the Constitution recognized for me, my friends and neighbors denied those laws, the access to those laws, if you will. But I have found that the best opportunity to make a difference in the world and change these things resides here in the United States of America. I love the country because I love the ideals, what it stands for in its Declaration of Independence, what it stands for in its Constitution. And I know that the Constitution did not apply equally to all when initially written. But I also know that there have been changes and there's still much change to take place. I love my country. But I still believe that there must be things that we can do, and there are things we can do to make the country a better place for all. So today I rise, Mr. Speaker, to speak on behalf of the many persons who have lost their lives, who have suffered in Gaza. The United States funds the country that has purchased the weaponry, much of it, that has been used to harm people in Gaza. We have our fingerprints on these weapons. We have our fingerprints on the destruction that's taking place in Gaza. I rise to stand with the innocent Palestinian men, women, and children, especially children, as well as others who were in Gaza who have suffered. I rise, Mr. Speaker, with a resolution that I will be filing, a resolution that will be commemorating the innocent civilian lives lost in Gaza. And I plan to read this resolution, but before I read it, I want to remind people, those who would think that I only commemorate the lives of Palestinians and those who lost their lives in Gaza who happen to be Palestinian. No, I was right here on the Capitol grounds, just outside this building. You walk out, you walk over. You don't really walk down to the place where we stood to present our belief that we should bring back the hostages. I participated in this with the Honorable Frederica Wilson from Florida to bring back the hostages, to say to the world that we support bringing the hostages back. Should never have been taken. You don't take babies as hostages. I stood there. And before that, I was out in front of the Capitol with the Speaker of the House and many representatives from this House to indicate that a certain number of days had passed and people were still being held hostage. I have spoken on the floor of this House on behalf of Israel. I have voted for more than $50 billion in support to Israel. So don't in any way conclude that I am a person who has not supported Israel and the people of Israel. But today, I have a resolution that deals with the innocent civilian lives lost in Gaza. And that would include, by the way, the 7 people who were wounded, who were the World Central Kitchen workers. They were there to bring relief. It's a relief organization, but I say they were great humanitarians who lost their lives, and their lives have to be commemorated as well. Please, hear now the resolution commemorating innocent civilian lives lost in Gaza. Whereas this resolution may be cited as the original resolution commemorating innocent civilian lives lost in Gaza. By the way, it hasn't been filed, and if someone wants to file a resolution similar to this before I file mine, please do so. I don't file it because I'm trying to be first in time. I file it because there's a necessity to talk about these lives that have been lost in Gaza. Whereas this resolution may be cited as the original resolution commemorating innocent civilian lives lost in Gaza. And by the way, one of the reasons that I filed this resolution, Mr. Speaker, is because I believe we must do more than statisticize these lives that were lost. We must do more to humanize the suffering that's taking place in Gaza. Statisticizing does not give you the essence of the human beings that have lost their lives and been wounded. I'll say more about that as we progress. Whereas on October 7, 2023, Hamas conducted a heinous attack on Israel, leading to Israel declaring war on Hamas. Not in the resolution, but you need to hear this. War on Hamas, Mr. Speaker, not war on Palestinians, war on Hamas. Even the Prime Minister of Israel, Mr. Netanyahu himself, has said that the Palestinians are victims. War on Hamas, declared by Israel, not war on Palestinians. Continuing with the resolution. Whereas in 2020, the population of Gaza was over 2 million, with approximately half being children under the age of 18. Half, more than half being children under the age of 18. I repeat a lot of things for emphasis. This is one of those things. Whereas, because of the war, homes, schools, businesses, and hospitals in Gaza have been decimated. I'll say more about that in a moment. Whereas, hundreds of thousands of innocent civilian men, women, and especially children in Gaza have suffered through the loss of mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters, family members, families have lost their lives in Gaza. Innocent people, I might add. While starving and suffering the mental anguish associated with war. Can you imagine what it would be like for the persons who survived this war? What their lives would be like? Will there be counseling for them as we provide counseling for ourselves when we have suffered some sort of mental anguish? Or will they just have to suffer for the rest of their lives? Never get the proper medical treatment that they richly deserve. Whereas civilians in Gaza live in constant fear of sudden loss of arms, legs, and life. I'll say more about this in just a moment. Whereas tens of thousands of innocent civilians, including thousands of children, have been brutally killed in a war beyond their control. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives commemorates the tens of thousands of innocent civilian lives lost in Gaza, too many of whom were children. Continuing, the lives lost should be viewed as more than statistics. So far, what I've done is give you statistics for the most part, more than mere statistics. An effort should be made to respect the humanity of the dead. The killing of innocents should be stopped with all possible haste, and the United States should do everything it can to address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. And thank you, Mr. President, for causing the necessary aid to be brought back into Gaza. I don't know that enough has been brought back to date, But I do know that because of this president, the gates have been opened such that more aid can get into Gaza. And I'm grateful for that. So now, let's go further into this because we have to humanize some of what I've talked about. First, this poster that you see, my staff has given me a note that I have to remove. This poster that you see reads, Gaza's economy would not recover to its GDP levels of 2022 until 2092, 7 decades from now. 2092, if the economy were to grow at the pace it has in previous years. 2092 before Gaza can recover if this economy grows at the pace that it grew in previous years. And according to my staff, currently or in 2022, Gaza's per capita income was $3,572, which is 4% of what ours was in the United States. Ours was $76,329. So this simply says that to get back to a per capita income that was painful to suffer, it will take 7 decades if it grows at the rate that it was growing at in 2022. Now, this is a depiction. This is a depiction of the destruction. You've seen it on television. I'm still dealing with statistics, by the way, haven't really gotten to the heart of the message. So if you can, stay with me. This depicts the suffering visually in terms of property that has been destroyed. And it says Israel's destruction. I would have this read, the government of Israel. The people of Israel I have no quarrel with. I do have a quarrel with the government. I have no quarrel with the people of Israel. I have had differences in opinion with my government and still love the people in the country. So you can have people that you have no quarrel with, but you can have a difference with the government. So I would say the destruction of homes, and this is by virtue of the government's mandates, homes has created almost 23 million metric tons of rubble. 23 million metric tons. My staff has given me some intelligence on what 23 million metric tons would be the equivalent of. For reference, 1 metric ton is roughly equal to the weight of a small compact car. If we lined up 23 million compact cars end to end, you would be able to circle the globe, this would be the Earth, twice. 23 metric tons. Now, I know that the fighting is not what it was. I understand that there is what we will call a cessation in fighting to some extent taking place at this time. But there is a possibility that it may return. And even if it never returns, we can't forget that this happened. We can never forget that this took place. Just as I will never forget that slavery took place in this country, I won't ever forget that this took place in Gaza. God gave us memory for a reason. You have a heart to forgive, but you got a head to remember. I won't forget this. So if it ends now, I will still remember the suffering and the pain and all of the atrocities that took place in Gaza. Continuing. This is a representation that starts to get to where I'm going. It reads, the catastrophic levels of hunger and starvation in Gaza are the highest ever recorded on the IPC scale, both in terms of number of people and percentage of people of the population. This document will tell me what the IPC scale is, and I shall tell you. It is the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification. Highest ever recorded, happening in Gaza now. This is not something that happened ages ago. Now we're getting closer to the essence of my message. Of the thousands of Palestinians killed in Gaza, about 70% have been women and children. There are estimates out there, tens of thousands. If you give the estimate that's being quoted, someone will say, well, that's a bad source that you got it from. But nobody disputes the fact that tens of thousands have been killed. Tens of thousands. 70% have been women and children. In the war today, and I won't forget this, now to the heart of my message. This says more than 10 children lose a limb on average per day in Gaza. Now, that was a while ago. That was as of January the 7th, 2024. So may be a lot different today because of the cessation in hostilities, not the complete stop. They haven't ceased, but there's not as much, not nearly as much taking place currently. But what you see here is a child. This child I shall read about. And this gets to what I was saying about humanizing. We have to humanize, not statisticize. This is more than a number. This is an actual child. We must humanize this baby. I will read to you now from the New Yorker. The article is styled, "The Children Who Lost Limbs in Gaza." Subtitle, "More than 1,000 children who were injured in the war are now amputees. What do their futures hold?" This is by Eliza Griswold, March 21st, 2024. And it reads, Ghazal, her name is Ghazal, we're not saying Gaza, her name is Ghazal, this baby, was wounded on November 10th when her family fled Gaza City's Al-Shifa hospital. Shrapnel pierced her calf. To stop the bleeding, a doctor who had no access to antiseptic or anesthesia heated the blade of a kitchen knife. She was bleeding as a result of shrapnel, and the doctor took a kitchen knife. He heated the knife. It says here, heated the blade of a kitchen knife and catheterized the wound. Now, this baby has to be more than a piece of statistical information. This is a human being suffering and had the wound catheterized with a heated kitchen knife. It says that within days, the gash ran with pus and began to smell. Now, this is somebody's child. The gash ran with pus and began to smell. Can you imagine what your life would be like if your child had suffered this kind of wound and you had to use a kitchen knife to catheterize to try to save your baby's life, and then within days, the gash starts to smell? By mid-December, when Ghazal's family arrived at Nazar Medical Center, then Gaza's largest functioning healthcare facility, by the way, was rendered dysfunctional. If it's been brought back up, it was done so as of late, but was rendered dysfunctional during the war. Then Gaza's largest functioning medical facility, gangrene had set in. So we have a baby, wounded, her leg is catheterized, and she is then taken to a hospital because of pulse. The catheterized leg is smelling. We have to make sure that you understand that there was an odor that this family detected. And it says that gangrene set in, necessitating amputation at the hip. This is a human being. We've got to do more to humanize. We can't say that children are losing their limbs. A baby lost her leg up to her hip. We've got to do more to humanize. This baby had purpose. She had a life. Now, someone will say, well, this is not Gaza. Doesn't look like Gaza. And if the baby was wounded in Gaza, why is she in this environment? I'll get to that. I'll get to that. On December 17th, a projectile, now remember, she's at this medical center. So on December 17th, a projectile hit the children's ward of Gaza, that's the hospital. Gazelle and her mother watched it enter the room. They're in the hospital now to receive attention for the wound that this baby suffered earlier. And watched, this is amazing to me, watched it enter the room. They're saying the projectile came into the room and they saw it as it's coming in. Can you imagine the fear? Can you imagine the kind of counseling and psychiatric help you need when you see this? So this projectile comes into the room, and here's what follows. Decapitating Gazelle's 12-year-old roommate and causing the ceiling to collapse. Gazelle had a roommate in that facility. This person, 12 years of age, is decapitated. By the way, Israelis were decapitated too. I denounced it. I denounced it. I don't believe you can condemn the killing of Israeli babies and then condone the killing of Palestinian babies. I can't do that. The God that I worship doesn't let me do that. Decapitating Gazelle's 12-year-old roommate and causing the ceiling to collapse. Multiple news reports have described the event as an Israeli attack. The IDF claimed the incident could have been caused by Hamas, a Hamas mortar, or the remnant of an Israeli flare. Now, IDF says it could have been caused by Hamas or Israel. Gazelle and her mother managed to crawl out of the rubble. Here's a baby with one leg amputated up to the hip, in a facility to get help, and she has to crawl out. Gazal's mother was 9 months pregnant. She gave birth to a baby girl while awaiting an airlift to Doha. UNICEF estimates that 1,000 children in Gaza have become amputees since the conflict began in October. This is the biggest cohort of pediatric amputees in history, it says, and it's taking place in Gaza. My time is nearly up, so I have to rush to my close, and I'm going to do so, Mr. Speaker, so I beg that you would bear this closing has to be heard. All of what I have said, how much time, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman has 3 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can do it in 3 minutes. We have statisticized, I've tried to humanize, and forgive me for not enunciating some of these words, the verbiage properly, but my heart's what's speaking today, so my head sometimes gets distorted. We have humanized this baby. We've talked about what is happening and what has happened. But now I want to talk to you about something that will give us hope. This is from the speech of the Prime Minister of Japan. He spoke where the speaker's standing right now. Why would I go to the speech of the Prime Minister from Japan? Well, here's why. Listen to his words. He says, and this is his conclusion, "Let me close with this final thought. I want you to know how seriously Japan takes its role as the United States' closest ally." Somebody remembers that the United States was the first country in the world to use nuclear power against a perceived enemy. An enemy, if you will. Some would say perceived, I'm going to say an enemy. At the time, we dropped 2 atomic bombs. Nagasaki, Hiroshima. And you've got the Prime Minister of Japan standing where the speaker is now, saying that we are the closest ally, they're our closest ally. He goes on to say, together we can carry a large responsibility. I believe that we are essential to peace, vital to freedom, and fundamental to prosperity. This is the Prime Minister of Japan. Notwithstanding all that has happened, notwithstanding what we did in dropping atomic bombs on Japan, the Prime Minister proclaims that we are friends and goes on to say, bonded by our beliefs, I pledge to you Japan's firm alliance and enduring friendship. Why did I bring it up? Because those who say that we cannot have a two-state solution, I say to you, remember that Japan is the company that we dropped atomic bombs on. And we now have a friendship with Japan. We have the Prime Minister coming here and speaking to a joint session of Congress. Don't tell me we can't have a two-state solution. I know that Mr. Netanyahu's behavior is not that of a person who seeks a two-state solution, because if it were, you wouldn't decimate Gaza. You wouldn't kill tens of thousands of people, many of them babies. I understand that he doesn't want a two-state solution. I understand that Hamas doesn't want a two-state solution. But we cannot be guided by what Hamas and Mr. Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel, what they want. We should be guided by our consciences and doing the right thing. And a two-state solution is the right solution. I yield back the balance of my time.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate Georgia's Jeff McClendon on the conclusion of his tenure as chairman of the National Association of Wholesaler Distributors. This association is comprised of the companies that keep America moving while employing 6 million Americans, many of them Georgians, in high-paying, rewarding careers. With Jeff's guidance as chairman, NAW expanded its educational opportunities for emerging leaders, enhanced its thoughtful leadership in a rapidly innovating world, and continued to be an effective voice for distribution-friendly policies here in Washington. NAW's success under Jeff's leadership shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. Knowing Jeff's success in the business over these past 20 years leading Duluth, Georgia's specialty building products. I had the opportunity to visit one of his facilities last year and to meet with him and members of his impressive team. Jeff is a humble leader and a man of faith who cares deeply about his employees, his community, and his country. I again congratulate Jeff on his tenure as NAW chairman, and I appreciate his continued servant leadership in the Georgia business community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Request permission to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, later today on April 18th, 3 Australian submariners are slated to graduate from the Groton submarine-based submarine training school. They are the first 3 submariners from Australia under the AUKUS agreement, security agreement, who are gaining proficiency to operate a nuclear-powered submarine. Again, a first for both countries. After graduating from this course, they will be headed to Naval Base Pearl Harbor for assignment to United States Virginia-class submarines, and this again marks another first, where they will be the first ever Australian naval personnel assigned to a U.S. Navy vessel. Over the next 12 months, 100 Royal Australian Navy personnel will continue in this pipeline to implement the AUKUS agreement, which is one of the smartest collaborations between the U.S., the U.K., and Australia to uplift their submarine capacity to work together for the 3 nations and rebalance the deteriorating security environment in the Indo-Pacific. Congratulations to all, or as they would say in Australian, good on ya. Yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And still I rise, Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And today, I'd like to do something just a bit different. I've stood here on many occasions and said that I love my country, that I salute the flag. I still love my country and salute the flag. And today what I'd like to do is actually salute the flag. I just believe that any time is a good time, especially when you are in this facility, to salute the flag. So if you will indulge me, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to move to another podium. And still I rise, Mr. Speaker, proud to stand here in the well of the House of Representatives. One can but only imagine the great speeches, the oratory that has emanated from this area. But today I want to do something different. I just want to say the Pledge of Allegiance. The Pledge of Allegiance from this very almost sacred place. So those who would like to join me, you but only have to stand, and as you would normally salute the flag, you may do so. If you choose not to, you don't have to. The greatness of America will not be measured by whether the Al Greens of the world salute the flag. The greatness of America will be measured by whether the Al Greens of the world would defend those who choose not to salute the flag, who choose not to say the Pledge of Allegiance, who choose not to sing the national anthem, who choose not to stand for the anthem. So I today will do what I will do, and that is salute the flag. And those who choose not to, I see there's a great discussion going on in the back. Mr. Speaker, could we ask persons to take their conversations off the floor, especially at this time?
House will be in order. Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to all of my friends who are here. All of my friends who are here. We are about to say the Pledge of Allegiance, and for those who choose not to, you don't have to. But those who do, would you join me by standing? I place my hand over my heart when I say the Pledge of Allegiance. I shall lead in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And justice for all. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate you for joining me in this Pledge of Allegiance. I wanted to do this because I believe the values that we have in this country, we can export to the rest of the world. I believe that the words in the Declaration of Independence, a founding document, these are words that we can export to the rest of the world. All persons created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These are powerful words. These words are words that we are, in this country, still trying to make real. It's a great and noble ideal, but we still have not gotten there yet. We are forming still our more perfect union. But I think that as we do it here, I believe that these things can be exported to the rest of the country, the rest of the world, if you will. The notion that all persons are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I want to focus for just a moment on life. Life, this aspect of the pledge, the Declaration of Independence. Life. And I want to focus on lives not just in this country, because we do this quite often. So I've said a lot about the deaths that are taking place here, the mass shootings that are taking place here. Yes, but I want to export this idea to another place. I want to talk about this noble concept as it relates to Gaza and what's happening to the lives in Gaza. I want to do this because for too long, the thousands that have lost their lives have been statisticized. The statisticization of their lives is a disservice to humanity. Their lives should not be these innocent people, innocent men, women, and especially children. Their lives should not be just simply statisticized. Their lives ought to be humanized. And today I'd like to humanize the lives, and I also have a resolution commemorating innocent civilian lives lost in Gaza, especially children. Let's export the great and noble American ideal in our Declaration of Independence. Let's apply it to people on a global basis. So now I shall move back to the podium where I ordinarily make my comments, because I have some paraphernalia there that I'll be introducing. Mr. Speaker, I move to the next podium. This is a resolution that I am previewing. There may be some tweaking, but I'm previewing it, and it will be filed either today or tomorrow. This resolution, commemorating innocent civilian lives lost in Gaza, especially children. Whereas this resolution may be cited as the original resolution commemorating innocent civilian lives lost in Gaza, especially children. Whereas on October 7, 2023, Hamas conducted a heinous attack on Israel, leading to Israel declaring war on Hamas, not Palestine, not Palestinians, but declaring war on Hamas. And I say this because, unfortunately, a good many people, too many if you will, have concluded that the war is against Palestinians, against Palestine. The war was declared against Hamas. And the Prime Minister of Israel himself has indicated that the war is against Hamas. He's also indicated that the Palestinians are victims. The Palestinians are victims. I concur. The innocent Palestinian men, women, and especially children, are victims of this war. They are victims to the extent that they not only suffer from being in a war zone, but they also suffer by being harmed in various and sundry ways. I'll say more about this later. And they are losing their lives. Continuing, whereas both Palestinians and Israelis are in mourning, the country of Israel is still in mourning from the October 7th horrendous attack. Gazans, Palestinians, innocent men, women, and children are in mourning because of the thousands, the tens of thousands who have lost their lives in this war. Whereas in 2020, the population of Gaza was over 2 million, with approximately half being children under the age of 18. Whereas the pain, suffering, and deaths of innocent Palestinian men, women, and especially children are too often reduced to statisticization, whereas people of goodwill must do more than statisticize the pain, suffering, and killing of innocent civilian Palestinians, whereas people of goodwill must do more to humanize the pain, suffering of Palestinians in Gaza, with explanations of how they lost their arms, legs, eyes, ears, and lives. Let me repeat this, because this statisticization is something that is difficult to say, but also something that we ought not attribute to persons who have lost their arms, legs, eyes, and hearing, as well as their lives. This is a very sad circumstance to have to negotiate and deal with. Whereas because of the war, homes, schools, businesses, hospitals, and more importantly, their lives in Gaza have been destroyed. Whereas because of the war, many businesses have been decimated. Whereas hundreds of thousands of innocent civilian men, women, and especially children in Gaza have suffered through the loss of mothers, fathers, brothers, and sisters while starving and suffering the mental anguish associated with war. Whereas civilians in Gaza live in constant fear of sudden loss of arms, legs, and life. And whereas tens of thousands of innocent civilians, including thousands of children, have been brutally killed in a war beyond their control. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives commemorates the tens of thousands of innocent civilian lives lost in Gaza, especially those of children. The lives lost should be viewed as more than mere statistics. The humanity, the pain, suffering, and deaths of the tens of thousands of men, women, and especially children must be commemorated and memorialized. The killing of innocent men, women, and especially children in Palestine must cease immediately with all possible haste. All hostages must be returned immediately. And we're talking about hostages that are Israeli as well as any that may be Palestinian, but we know that Israeli hostages were taken. And finally, because the United States largesse has contributed to the purchase of munitions used by the Netanyahu administration, the United States must do everything it can to address the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza, perpetrated by the destruction of homes, infrastructure, schools, hospitals, and also, I would add, the loss of human life. So now what I'd like to do is give you some graphic indications of what this is all about. There's an article from the New Yorker that I'd like to read, dated March 21st, 2020. I'll go through it, and then I'll show you some pictures of what has happened. But first, let's start with this representation. This is a representation of persons who are in mourning, and they doing what people do when they are suffering. You can see persons who are screaming and crying out, and the language reads, of the thousands of Palestinians killed in Gaza, about 70% have been women and children. That's quite a large number, 70% about women and children. This representation is of persons who are making an appeal for food. You can see in their eyes a sadness. You can see with their hands extended a plea for food. A plea for food. The language reads, the catastrophic levels of hunger and starvation in Gaza are the highest ever recorded on the IPC scale, both in terms of number of people and percentage of the population. Highest percentage, highest ever recorded. Hunger in Gaza. But now, this picture is a representation that tears at your heart as well, but perhaps even in a more profound way. Because this young lady that you see, this baby, she is without her left leg. And she's on a playground, so one would conclude that she's not in Gaza. You would be correct. But you would be incorrect if you assumed that this injury occurred in some place other than Gaza, because that's where it occurred. And as I will read this article from the New Yorker that I alluded to earlier, you will get a better comprehension of where she is and what happened to her. It's a very sad story. But we have to humanize these thousands of people. We can't just allow them to become numbers. If they're just numbers, it's easy to dismiss them as casualties of war. But they are more than numbers. These are human beings who have suffered. These are human beings who have relatives that are suffering. These are human beings whose lives are never going to be the same. And there's a good likelihood that they won't have what we have in this country, and that is the medical assistance to help them recover, those who survive, as well as the medical attention for their mental illness that they may suffer. These are human beings. Some mother cried because of what happened to this child. Some father is crying because of what's happened to his child in Gaza. We cannot allow them to be dehumanized and reduced to statistics. We have to humanize these persons. I have chosen this baby as the example for us to give some thought to. This article in the New Yorker is styled, "The Children Who Lost Limbs in Gaza." Subtitle reads, "More than 1,000 children who were injured in the war are now amputees." Some things bear repeating. I say this quite regularly. Reads, more than 1,000 children who were injured in the war are now amputees. This baby is one of more than 1,000. What do their futures hold? This was on March the 21st, 2024, when published. It continues, and these are excerpts. Gaza, pictured in parentheses. This is the baby. This is the photograph that accompanied this article. Gaza, pictured, was wounded on November 10th when, as her family fled Gaza City's Al-Shifa hospital, shrapnel pierced her left calf. That would be the leg that she lost. Pierced her left calf. To stop the bleeding, this is what will break your heart. To stop the bleeding, a doctor who had no access to antiseptic or anesthesia, antiseptic or anesthesia, heated the blade of a kitchen knife. No antiseptic, no anesthesia, heated the blade of a kitchen knife and cauterized the wound. Now, cauterization means that he took that hot blade without any anesthesia, without any antiseptic, and he placed this hot blade on the skin of this baby. A hot blade to save her life. But can you imagine the screams? Can you imagine the heartache that the parents felt as they see this happening to their baby? But they know that it's necessary. This is a life-saving technique. A hot blade, heated blade of a kitchen knife, and cauterized the wound. Now, she is more than a statistic. She's a human being, and she deserves to have someone recognize her humanity. Within days, the gash ran with pus and began to smell. Suffered the hot blade, and now the gash is smelling, running with pus. By mid-December, when Gazelle's family arrived at Nasser Medical Center, which has been rendered dysfunctional now, I believe. If it's not, it has been brought back online, but it was. But Gazelle's family took her to this medical center. It was at the time the largest functioning healthcare facility. But when they got there, gangrene had set in. Hot blade, first she's wounded, then she suffers a hot blade. Now she has gangrene, necessitating amputation at the hip. We're talking about the baby in this picture. Let's humanize her. On December 17th, a projectile hit the children's ward of NASA, meaning this hospital. Gaza and her mother watched as it entered the room. Here's the mother with her daughter, suffering, having suffered cauterization with the blade of a hot kitchen knife, now in the hospital, and they witness the projectile coming into the ward where the baby is. A projectile hit the ward. Gazelle and her mother watched it enter the room, decapitating Gazelle's 12-year-old roommate and causing the ceiling to collapse. This is the baby that has suffered more than any human being should, and now, while in the hospital, a projectile comes into the ward where she is, and this projectile decapitates the 12-year-old roommate. We have to humanize. We've got to humanize, not statisticize. This caused the ceiling to collapse. Multiple reports described the event as an Israeli attack. The IDF claimed that the incident could have been caused by Hamas, a Hamas mortar, or the remnant of an Israeli flare. Now, this is what the New Yorker says, quoting someone with the IDF, Israeli Defense Force, and this person is indicating that it could have been a mortar from Hamas, or it could have been an Israeli flare, the remnant of an Israeli flare. Gazelle and her mother managed to crawl out of the rubble. The next day, their names were added to a list of evacuees who could cross the border into Egypt and then fly to Qatar for medical treatment. This is her now in Qatar. Her mother got her out. Her mother was 9 months pregnant. The mother whose daughter has suffered incalculable pain was 9 months pregnant. And she gave birth to a baby girl while awaiting the airlift. All of this time, this mother, having her daughter suffer the blade of a hot knife to save her life, then taking her daughter to a hospital where a projectile enters the room and decapitates another baby, 12 years old, in that room. Now, she sees all of this. This baby is a witness to this. Can you imagine what her life will be like, the trauma she will suffer? We have to humanize these lives. This is not just another casualty of war. It's a human being. UNICEF estimates that 1,000 children in Gaza have become amputees. So this baby represents 1 of 1,000, probably more than that now. This baby has to be humanized. This article indicates, and it's in quotations, this is the biggest cohort of pediatric amputees in history. This is happening in Gaza. The biggest cohort of pediatric amputees in history. And we call these casualties of war. This baby's just another casualty of war. the biggest cohort in history. She's more than a casualty of war. It's a human being. Let's move to another story that should be humanized. This one is from CNN, fairly reputable news source. The style of this article is, at least 13 killed, including 7 children, after strike on Gaza's al-Maghazi refugee camp. 13 killed, including 7 children. Now, this didn't happen a month ago. This didn't happen 2 months ago. This happened on April 16th. April 16th. That's in the very recent past. At least 13 people, it reads, were killed, including 7 children, and more than 25 injured after a strike targeted al-Maghazi refugee camp in central Gaza. And this was on Tuesday, according to Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital officials. The graphic video that was obtained exclusively by CNN from eyewitness Nihad Adatala shows several casualties scattered on the floor, including children, with blood streaming around the area. This was Tuesday. This is Tuesday. This is the Tuesday after what happened, sometime after what happened in Israel as it relates to Iran. So this happens in Gaza as the Netanyahu administration is planning a response to what happened with Iran. How do you think these people feel? What about them? Are we now going to just forget them? We'll just go on to the next fight, and these thousands, tens of thousands, over 30,000, we just sort of put them in the past. I will not. There has to be some justice for these children. This is what's happening to them is an injustice. You cannot, in the name of justice, create an injustice and call it justice. An injustice in the name of justice is still an injustice. This is an injustice. And it's continuing. And it's continuing after Prime Minister Netanyahu has indicated that he wants justice for what happened to Israel. How can we just let this become a thing of the past? I refuse to allow it to be a thing of the past. So the video shows several casualties scattered on the floor, including children with blood streaming around the area. Dozens of people appear to be running around in panic, screaming, and trying to count and carry the dead bodies. A foosball table covered in dust is seen among the dead bodies. The witness, who lives in the camp, told CNN he heard an explosion around 3:40 p.m. local time on Tuesday, around 30 to 40 meters away from him. This is his quotation. "I immediately walked to see what happened and found dead bodies thrown on the ground, people screaming, kids dead on the ground. They were just playing foosball, and they were mortared," he said. Footage shot for CNN from inside Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital shows a continuous flow of casualties and injured people being ushered in as the emergency room is crowded with patients, including several wounded children crying out on the floor. Children. Remember now, let's go back to the style of this article. At least 13 killed, including 7 children, after strike on Gaza's al-Mahazi refugee camp. The emergency room is crowded with patients, including several wounded children, crying out on the floor. Family members are seen crowding over their loved ones' dead bodies, kissing them, holding on to them, and sobbing. These are human beings. They do what human beings do when they suffer these kinds of tragedies. Video from inside a morgue at the hospital shows families trying to identify their loved ones among the deceased. Fatima Issa points to a white body bag with a young boy's bloodied face exposed, telling CNN, "This is my son." A young boy's bloodied face exposed in a white body bag. "This is my son," she says. Another man cries out, "They have nothing to do with anyone. They're civilians. Have mercy on us. Have mercy on us." These people are pleading, appealing to us. And I say us because our fingerprints are all over this. The munitions being used are in some part related to the largesse that we send to the Netanyahu administration. That largesse is the link to us, and we have to do something about it. Have mercy on us. You are killing children. You are not killing an army or fighters. Remember earlier I said the war was declared on Hamas, not Palestinians, not Palestine. Here's a validation of the thinking of the people in Gaza. These people understand what's going on. You are killing children. You are not killing an army or fighters. You are killing children who were peacefully playing in the street. Children playing in the street. One moment there are children running and doing the things that children do, laughing, and the next moment, 7 are dead. You're killing children who were peacefully playing in the street, not an army, not fighters. Video shows him handing a young girl's dead body to another man, both men crying out Quranic verses and sobbing. The man who receives her body is seen placing her on the ground, and covers her body with a jacket, telling CNN, "This is my daughter." Human beings dying and suffering, suffering and then dying, and those left behind suffering. This war has to cease. It's got to stop. We ought to be among the first to say it's got to stop. Do you think history is going to be kind to us? Posterity is not going to be kind to the Netanyahu administration. We will be seen as persons who were eyewitnesses by way of television to a great human tragedy and did not do what we could to prevent it. Remember, the war was not declared on children. It wasn't declared on women. It wasn't declared on innocent people. It was declared on Hamas. But we know that more than 30,000 Palestinians have lost their lives, and some of them in horrific ways. There seems to be a means by which the mind can process a person dying as a result of an explosion from one of the bombs that we helped pay for. There seems to be a means by which the mind can process that and see that as something that is not as horrific as if you do it in many other ways. It was just a bomb. Person was just a casualty of war. Just another number, that's all. We need to move on. And my fear is just that at some point, Mr. Netanyahu, Mr. Prime Minister Netanyahu, will decide enough is enough, and we will then say he has now moved on. But do you think this baby will have moved on? You think her parents will have moved on? You think the people who are suffering now will have moved on? This is a rest of their lives incident. Incident. What a kind way to say it. This is a rest of their lives tragedy. This is a rest of their lives slaughtering of human beings. You think they can just move on? At some point, on this infinite continuum that we call time, we're all going to have to account for our time. Somebody's going to have to account for this and the thousands of innocent people who've lost their lives. And it won't be simply, well, I just cast a vote. I didn't do it. There's a connection. We have our fingerprints all over this. And we ought to do what we can to prevent it from continuing. The man who has said this is his daughter, he indicates, this is my oldest daughter. Her name is Luan. She is 9 years old. This man has lost his 9-year-old daughter, and it goes on to indicate the strike hit them while they were playing out in the street. They are all just children. Friends, I can't let it go. I'm sorry. I can't. I wish I could, but I can't. These are babies. I can't let it go. I refuse to be a participant in this any longer. I've done it too long already. Too many babies have been killed. It's got to stop. Don't expect me to continue to fund this. Say what you want about me, but I'm not going to continue to fund this. Killing of babies and then making them mere numbers. At some point, we have to come to our senses. Don't you see what we're doing to ourselves and our image in the world? Don't you see what Mr. Netanyahu, the prime minister, is doing to Israel's image in the world? Israel had the moral high ground. It's losing it. Some would say it's lost it. But we are quick to return it if something happens in Israel. We're quick to return it. You now have it again. I refuse to continue to fund this kind of atrocious behavior. You know, Voltaire was right. Those who can make you believe absurdities, actually it was those who can cause you to let's just say believe absurdities. There's another way he put it, but those who can cause you to believe absurdities can cause you to commit atrocities. That's not the exact quote. We now believe the absurd notion that it's all right to kill innocent men, women, and especially children if in that process we're trying to get to a dastard who is hiding behind these innocent men, women, and children. I refuse. I refuse to continue to be part of this unbelievable killing of men, women, and children before our very eyes that we are funding. Now, someone would say, well, the war in Ukraine, you're funding that. We might remember that Ukraine is defending itself in a war where there has been an invasion. I don't want war anywhere. Ukraine's innocent men, women, and children are being killed as well. But Russia is funding that. Russia, that's their fingerprints all over that. And I don't approve of what Russia's doing. That's easy for us to say in this country. It's easy for us to condemn Russia for what Russia's doing. We do it without hesitation, without equivocation. We do it. No consternation. Just Russia, we can do it. Why? Because it's easy to look through the window of life at someone else and say what you're doing is wrong. It's not so easy to look into the mirror of life and see the wrong that you're doing yourself. At some point, we have to confess to what we're seeing in the mirror of life. If we don't, we will still be judged. I assure you, history is not going to be kind to us for what's happening in Gaza. And there will be people who are going to wonder, what was wrong with them? They saw it. They had evidence of it. And they still forged forward. Get it over with. Finish it, they say. Finish it. Finish this. Get this over with. You think it'll ever be over for her? I refuse to continue to support this. Now there will be some who say, if you can't do this, you ought not be there because we expect you to cast the votes to do this. Well, friends, all I can say to that is my conscience will dictate that I do what I do. I will do what I must and let others do what they may. Do what you will. I've not suggested to one of you that you have to vote a certain way. I'm just telling you how I'm going to vote. And I am telling you that history is not going to be kind to all of us. That includes me. I voted for over $50 billion to go to the country of Israel. Not that very long ago, we voted more than $3 billion. I've been a supporter. I am still a supporter of the people. I am not a supporter of the Netanyahu administration. I support the people, not that administration, because what they're doing to the people of Gaza is ungodly. It is shameful. It is disgraceful. And I will not support that. So let others do what they may. And if there are people who believe so strongly about this in the 9th Congressional District that they want somebody who will tolerate this and go along with this, send them on up here and take me out. Because I don't go along with it. I'm not going to go along so that I can get along. Not when it comes to this. And by the way, I'm no saint. I don't claim to be a saint. I just claim to be a person whose conscience dictates that you not support this kind of behavior. So, Mr. Speaker, I will close with this. Notwithstanding all that I've said, I still love my country. I am an American. I believe I'm of African ancestry. I've not checked my bloodline to find out. I don't know. But I love this country. It means something to me to say to people that I'm an American. I love it more than it's loved me. It segregated me. The rights that the Constitution recognized for me, my friends and neighbors in the South took them away from me. But I still love my country. How can you love your country when your country has treated you the way it has, Al Green? The back of the bus, balcony of the movie, step off the sidewalk when people come by, separate line for you at the grocery store, colored water fountains. How can you love it? Because I love what it stands for in its noble ideals. The ideals of liberty and justice for all, as extolled in the Pledge of Allegiance that we said at the genesis of this message. The ideal in the Declaration of Independence, all persons being created equal and endowed by their Creator with these inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This is why I have said, because I love these ideals, I believe we should export them to other people. But not export them in the sense that we want them to simply obey them and treat other people right. I think that's a good thing to do. But in the sense that we ought to respect her life, her liberty, and her desire to pursue happiness. We ought to respect her life, export that to people across the globe, especially people that are trapped trapped in Gaza, can't get out, no place to go, told to move from one place to another. Let's give them the benefit of these noble words, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I will do so in every way that I can, and I believe in this country and love it to the extent that I believe we ought to make that noble ideal real for people in this country and without this country, especially the people who are in Gaza. Mr. Speaker, as a proud member of this Congress and a proud American in the sense that I love my country because of its great ideals, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and still I rise. I am honored to have this preeminent privilege to speak on the floor, if you will, or in the chamber of the House of Representatives. It is a unique experience to be here. I never take it for granted, and I always appreciate the leadership for affording me the opportunity to speak. So I rise today as a person of color, a person who understands the need for Brown versus the Board of Education. We needed it and still need Brown. We needed it when we enshrined it into law in this country, and we still need it today. This is the day that marks the 70th anniversary of Brown versus the Board of Education, a lawsuit that has impacted the lives of all Americans, but has had a greater impact, I believe, on persons of color, because it eliminated the notion that we could have separate but equal institutions in the country, especially in the area of education. Yes, we still need Brown versus the Board of Education. There is an article in today's USA Today. It is styled, "Segregation is Still Alive and Well." 70 years after Brown, funding drives the divide. Segregation is still alive and well. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to explain why we needed Brown before delving a little bit more into this topic of funding. We needed Brown because of 335 years of slavery, convict leasing, and lawful segregation. 335 years. Started on August 20th of 1619, when the White Lion, a ship, docked at a place called Point Comfort, near what we now call Norfolk, Virginia. When the White Lion docked, it had some 20 persons of African ancestry. These 20 persons were traded to the colonies, the persons who were here to form the colonies, if you will. They were traded. They became the first enslaved persons to be introduced into what would become the United States of America. These 20 persons marked the beginning of something that still haunts the United States of America, and that is invidious discrimination. But these 20 persons became a part of millions of persons who would traverse the ocean, who would be treated as cargo, not as passengers. Persons who would be raped, robbed, murdered, incarcerated. Persons who would be brought to this country because there was a desire to have in this country people who would be subjugated. They would be persons who could be immediately identified because of color. They would be persons who would not be a part of a class, because class is a socioeconomic circumstance. They were not a part of a class, Madam Speaker. They were a part of a caste, not a class. A class is socioeconomic. You can move in and out of a class. But in a caste, it is associated with your heredity. If you were born into this caste, you would live in it, you would work in it, and you would die as a part of the caste. America had a caste system. Persons of African ancestry were a part of the caste. They were persons who were immediately identifiable, who were subjugated, and made a part of a caste. This caste system in the United States of America lasted for some 246 years. A good many people assume that slavery only lasted for 20 or 30 years. No, 246 years. People were born into slavery. Babies were enslaved. People lived their lives enslaved, and they died as slaves. 246 years of it. These persons became the economic foundational mothers and fathers of the country. They planted the seeds. They harvested the crops. They fed the nation. They built the Capitol, this very building that we're in now. Their hands were a part of the construction of this facility. Their hands were a part of the construction of the White House. They built the roads and the bridges. They were the economic foundational mothers and fathers, and every person in the United States of America is standing on their shoulders. And yes, they have not been respected. They have not been respected since they were brought to this country. They have not been respected while they were here in the institution known as slavery. And it moved from slavery to an institution called convict leasing. This is where persons who were charged with violating what were called black codes, they were charged with some offense, could be a minor offense. And after having been charged, they would be leased to some plantation. And they would work on this plantation in Houston, Texas, just off of outside of Houston, a place called Sugar Land, Texas. We have a grave site with 95 bodies in it. They're called the Sugar Land 95. These were persons, human beings, people who were leased and died as convict leasees, or persons who were leased. Convicts who were leased. It's a shame that the story of America contains these facts. But it's the truth. And we ought not be ashamed to tell the truth, because we get to and we are able to communicate fairly and properly with each other and span the chasms that divide us. So these convict leases, persons who were leased, convict lessees is what I would call them for now, persons who were leased, this lasts for 76 years. 76 years of convict leasing. 246 years of slavery, followed by 76 years of convict leasing. I'm making the point for why we needed Brown versus the Board of Education for those who may be tuning in a bit late. We needed Brown versus the Board of Education because of the 246 years of slavery and 76 years of convict leasing. But it didn't end there. It did not end with the convict leasing. We suffered nearly 100 years of lawful segregation. Lawful segregation, wherein persons of color were separated. Persons of color had to go to the back door in this country. In my lifetime, I was relegated to going to the back door, where persons had to drink from separate water fountains. In my lifetime, I have been forced to drink from a colored water fountain, and I might add a filthy water fountain. They were never maintained to the same extent that white water fountains were maintained. Persons of color were required to sit in the back of buses. In my lifetime, I've sat in the back of a bus. The laws that were enshrined in the Constitution to protect me and give me equality under the law, as explained and extolled in the 14th Amendment, my friends and neighbors took those rights away from me. They denied me those rights. The Constitution said they were there for me, but my friends and neighbors decided they would deny me those rights. So I know what segregation is about. I have lived it. Yes, we needed Brown versus the Board of Education then, and we still need it now. Segregation for nearly 100 years, 246 years of slavery, 76 years of convict leasing, and nearly 100 years of lawful segregation. We needed Brown versus the Board of Education. And in the process of suffering these some 335 years, we had a Chief Justice of the Supreme Court in a case styled Dred Scott, where Chief Justice Taney, in his infinite wisdom, indicated that the Negro, or African Americans as we would call ourselves now, persons of African ancestry, if you will, he indicated that they had no rights which a white man was bound to respect, and that the Negro might justly and lawfully be reduced to slavery for his benefit. Not for his benefit, meaning the benefit of the Negro, but for his benefit, meaning the benefit of the white man. That's what the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court said. Might be interesting to note that most scholars conclude that this is one of the worst decisions ever made by the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Yes, we needed Brown versus the Board of Education. But for some quirks in history, we might not have the same decision that Chief Justice Warren arrived at. We might not have it. But for some quirks in history, I want to talk about a couple of these quirks in history. Thurgood Marshall was the lead counsel for the NAACP, an organization that I belong to. I was the president of the Houston branch of the NAACP for nearly a decade. Thurgood Marshall, the lead counsel for the NAACP, when he decided to go to law school, he tried to get into the University of Maryland. He couldn't get in. He then decided to go to Howard University. At Howard University, he had the superlative pleasure of meeting a man who introduced him to a concept. And that concept was use the Constitution to right these wrongs associated with segregation. That's my paraphrasing of it. That concept was something that he would take to the courts. So I believe that but for the University of Maryland, Thurgood Marshall may not have developed the philosophy that he did. And in a strange sort of way, I have to say thank God for the University of Maryland, because had he gone there, he may have developed a different philosophy, and as such, would not have taken the case to the Supreme Court as he did. Thurgood Marshall won many cases before the Supreme Court, but not one of them surpassed what he was capable, what he did with Brown versus the Board of Education. So Thurgood Marshall takes the case to the Supreme Court. But when the case gets to the Supreme Court, the justice who was there at the time was a person that was unable to pull the court together to get a decision by June of 1953. Because he could not do so, the case was then to be reheard in December of 1953. Between that time, the June date and the December date, the Chief Justice died. And then it became the duty of President Eisenhower to appoint another Chief Justice to the Supreme Court. President Eisenhower looked to California. There in California was a governor who is unique in history for many ways. But this one I find worthy of mentioning. He ran for governor as a Democrat and as a Republican. Imagine trying to do that today. Was elected governor, ran on the Democratic ticket and the Republican ticket. Never happened today. We are so divided here that we would not, neither party would tolerate it. The divide is so evident. The public wants us to span the chasm. We can't span the chasm because the public is divided. Same people who want members of Congress to compromise don't want to see compromise on the issues that are important to them. Compromise is about give and take. Compromise is not winner take all, my way or the highway. The public itself has to understand that you are part of the reason there's a divide. But back to the case, Brown versus the Board of Education. So Chief Justice Warren, becoming Chief Justice by virtue of President Eisenhower having appointed him as such. President Eisenhower thought he did the country a great service when he appointed him. But he later said it was one of his greatest mistakes. He said he made two mistakes, and they were both on the Supreme Court. And that one of those was Chief Justice Warren. Because it was Chief Justice Warren who pulled the court together. It was Chief Justice Warren who was able to get a unanimous decision in the Brown case. I don't know that anybody else could have done it. He was a unique personality. He understood the politics of the judiciary. He was a governor. He understood people, what motivated people and moved people. And he pulled together the court such that there was a unanimous decision. That unanimous decision was not, as one might think, a decision that would be immediately embraced by the country. It was not embraced immediately by the country. There were persons who still wanted separate but equal, or separate but unequal, because that's what it was. You can call it equal, but when you have inferior schools for people of color, which is what I attended, and then you have superior schools, not in the sense that the minds in the schools are inferior or superior, but in the sense that the facilities, the books that I received were hand-me-down books from another school system. You can see the names of children who had the books before I acquired them. Hand-me-downs. The school systems were segregated in that fashion. So this segregation did not end with May 17, 1954, and the Brown decision. In fact, a Nobel laureate, Milton Friedman, he had a very clever idea. He was of the opinion, Nobel laureate Milton Friedman, that we ought to just give the public dollars to the parents, and they could have these vouchers, and they could use these vouchers to send their children to private schools. Maintain segregation, but under a different name. What a world. What a world. Milton Friedman, Nobel laureate. If you believe that that was the end of vouchers, you are eminently incorrect. The governor of Texas is still pushing for vouchers, still wants to take public dollars and give them to parents and let them take their children and put their children in private schools. That would have maintained segregation if it had been done, and there's a good likelihood I wouldn't be standing here now. Do not believe that slavery had to end. It ended because of the will of Abraham Lincoln. It didn't have to end. It could have continued. The caste system could have continued. To this day, I could be a part of a caste, but for brave people who took a stand, and but for a civil war that was fought for all of the politicians who are listening because of slavery. We could easily find that the caste system exists today, if not but for some brave people. So this notion that we integrated, and it was about desegregation, it wasn't about integration. The Brown decision said that there should be desegregation with the term all deliberate speed. But it didn't happen immediately. Milton Friedman tried his best to thwart it. And in fact, in Prince Edward County, Virginia, the white elite of that county defied the Brown decision by closing the entire school system. They closed the school system and they diverted public education funds into vouchers to be used at segregated private academies that were for whites only. It would have still been segregation, just by another name. So yes, we needed the Brown decision, but do not be deceived into believing that the decision was immediately implemented. And we're still implementing it, by the way. We needed it then. We need Brown now. Brown has made a difference. But Brown hasn't brought us to the promised land. We're not there yet. The Senate of the United States of America disrespects African Americans on a daily basis. Now, some people don't believe I said that, so I probably should say it again. The Senate of the United States of America disrespects African Americans on a daily basis. The Senate of the United States of America is a place of shame. The Richard Russell Office Building is a national disgrace. Richard Russell was a self-proclaimed white supremacist. Richard Russell fought anti-lynching legislation. Richard Russell fought civil rights legislation. Richard Russell co-authored the Southern Manifesto. His name is on the Senate Russell Office Building. That's the Richard Russell. The Senate will not take Richard Russell's name off of the building. You're a place of national shame, Senate. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. Every one of you. Every one of you. What is wrong with you? You know you're disrespecting African Americans. Yet you leave the name of Richard Russell on a building being paid for with taxpayer dollars. If that name was associated with the Third Reich, it would come down tonight. We are disrespected, people of color who happen to be of African ancestry. The rationale given for not changing the name is that the senators can't agree on a new name. Well, I've solved that problem. Pardon me for using the personal pronoun. My mother taught me to say we whenever possible. But in my business, if you don't say I, other people will. We have solved that problem. Here is the solution. Let the name revert back to the name it had before it became the Russell Senate Office Building. Let it revert back. And what was that name, Al Green? It was the old Senate Office Building. Just take Russell's name off, let it revert to old Senate Office Building, and then take as much time as you want ad infinitum, if you will, and let it become the name of your choice. I have no name. I'm not doing this because I want a name. I'm doing this and saying this because it is not just the right thing to do, it's the righteous thing to do. His name needs to come off of that building. So Brown versus the Board of Education didn't bring us to the promised land. We still have problems here in the Congress of the United States of America. And this one is so obvious. It's intuitively obvious to the most casual observer. The name ought to come off. And I will say to every senator, you ought to be ashamed. You've made the Senate a place of national shame. And by the way, the news media ought to be equally ashamed. Because in the rotunda where Richard Russell's statue is, you've got the news media right there, above Richard Russell. He has a rotunda devoted to him. And above him is CNN, MSNBC, Fox. You ought to be ashamed, all of you. You're perpetuating this. It's been perpetrated by the Senate, and you're perpetuating it. Well, Al, you'll probably not get back on those stations or networks again. Do you think that that matters to me? That someone would keep me off because I speak the truth, not only to power, but about power? Speaking truth to power is fairly easy. You say, power, there's a problem, we need to solve it. Speaking truth about power is to say, power, there's a problem, and you're it. You're it, CNN. You're it, Fox, MSNBC. You're it, Senate. You don't have the courage to do the right thing. That you ought to be denouncing what the Senate is doing. But you're right there in the building where it's happening. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. you're perpetuating this insult to African Americans. So Brown versus the Board of Education did a lot. Make no mistake about it. It has made a difference in the lives of people of color, especially African Americans. It has made a difference. It has made a difference in job opportunities. It has made a difference in opportunities for education, opportunities to hold public office. It has made a difference. But we're still not there. We aren't, because people of color are disproportionately poverty-stricken. People of color are not, let me just close with this. I'm being told that my time is up. This is a to be continued. Just know this. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate your calling it to my attention. We have much work to do. Is there a motion that you desire from me, Madam Speaker?
Gentleman yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Under the
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member of the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, Mr. Green, is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member as well, and I associate myself with the comments of the ranking member. Mr. Chairman, Chair Gruenberg has stated that he will step down. He will step down from his position once a successor is confirmed. I'd like to thank President Biden for putting forth a capable, competent, and qualified nominee. And I encourage the Senate to confirm this nominee as quickly as possible. Confirm this nominee who will rectify the toxic causality that resulted in opprobrious conduct at the FBIC. I do concur with the ranking member. The employees, the persons who work there and all facets of work, deserve a safe and secure work environment. I trust that the chair and his successor, the new chair who will succeed Gruenberg, will work prudently to strengthen banking regulations, capital requirements, as well as rein in incentive-based executive compensation that encourages excess risk-taking, and again, produce a safe work environment. I thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. Today I rise to remind us that as we celebrate Juneteenth, let us not forget the men of the 25th Army Corps. General Gordon Granger came into Galveston, Texas to read General Order Number 3, announcing that the enslaved persons had been freed. But it was the 25th Army Corps that came in before General Gordon Granger and liberated Galveston, Texas. They were 1,000 persons who had been enslaved but were now free. The 25th Army Corps deserves recommendation and they deserve commemoration. Let us remember them as well. God bless you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the United States of America.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And still I rise today to address a topic of concern to a good many Americans. In my opinion, it should be of concern to all Americans. And that is the right to peacefully protest, the right to protest. I am a person who has engaged in peaceful protest. I look forward to engaging in peaceful protest in the future. But I'd like to just talk about what this really means when we talk about peaceful protest. We've reached a point where it's not enough just to say peaceful protest. You have to add some additional verbiage. So today I will talk about nonviolent peaceful protest, nonviolent, hate-free peaceful protest. I would not engage in peaceful protest where hate is a part of the verbiage that's being utilized. I believe in peaceful protest, but I don't believe in bringing hate to the protest movement. I believe in nonviolent, peaceful, hate-free protest. And I'm going to share one example of protest that I absolutely disagree with, because it is not nonviolent, peaceful, hate-free protest. I am amazed at what I saw and what I have read as it relates to this. I first saw it on television, and I was stunned, shocked, thunderstruck. I have since read a news story about it, which I shall share excerpts with you that relate to this protest that was taking place. Remember, I'm the guy who believes in protest. I've been to jail for protesting, which means I broke the law. When you break the law and you're protesting, you have to be prepared to suffer the consequences. I and John Lewis on multiple occasions protested, and we broke the law, and we went to jail, and we suffered the consequences. So if you're going to protest, be prepared to suffer the consequences. Be prepared, if you're going to jail, to bail yourself out of jail. But some protest movements have gone too far. I hope that this will help some of us to better understand what peaceful protest is all about. I have an article in my hands. This article is from ABC News, dated June 13th, 2024. June 13th, 2024. Recent news. The style of it is Gaza war protests denounced by NYC, that would be New York City, NYC leaders as anti-Semitic after subway car threat chant vandalism. And it reads in part, I'm not reading it in toto, but it reads in part, the New York Police Department said Thursday that they are working to identify the masked leader of a call and response chant by protesters on a crowded Manhattan subway car on Monday. The chant asked Zionists to identify themselves. Video surfaced Wednesday of the incident on a Brooklyn-bound subway train that was halted with its doors open at the Union Square station in Manhattan. Quote, repeat after me. Raise your hands if you're a Zionist. I would not want someone to say, raise your hand if you're an African American. Raise your hand if you're a female. Raise your hand if you're a part of the LGBTQ plus community. Raise your hand if you're a Muslim or if you're an Asian. I would not want a person to say that on a subway car and then continue with what I'm about to read. Repeat after me, it says. Raise your hands if you're a Zionist. The leader, wearing sunglasses and a traditional Palestinian keffiyeh scarf. I have one of these scarves, by the way. There's nothing wrong with having such a scarf. The leader had this scarf, which has become a symbol of pro-Palestinian resistance, is heard repeatedly saying in the video, adding, this is your chance to get out. I wouldn't want someone to say, raise your hand if you're an African American, and then go on to say, this is your chance to get out, to get off the car. Goes on to read, and this is a quote, okay, no Zionists, we're good, the leader is then heard saying. This is anti-Semitic. If he had said, raise your hand if you're a black person, it would be racist. If he had said, raise your hand if you're a Muslim, it would be anti-Islam, which can be said to be Islamophobic. Raise your hands if you're Asian. That's anti-Asian if you go on to say these other things. This is not the kind of nonviolent, peaceful, hate-free protest that I would engage in and that I would ever support. I denounce this. This is hate. We cannot have legitimate, nonviolent protest movements if we inject hate into the movement. We've got to do it void of hate and void of violence. I am absolutely opposed to what was done, and I want those persons to know that they are hurting the protest movement by doing what they're doing. You can protest your disdain for what's happening in Palestine without injecting hate into it. You've got every right to protest what's happening in Palestine. I have protested what's happening there. But you don't do it with hate, and you don't do it with violence. You do it peacefully. And if you decide that you're going to do as what John Lewis called get in the way, you get in the way, but you know that there are consequences if you get in the way and you are arrested. We got in the way by getting in the street. And we were told that if you don't move, you're going to be arrested. You're impeding traffic. We didn't move. We were arrested. We went to a place of incarceration. We eventually posted our bond. We were released. We paid a fine. I was prepared to suffer the consequences. You cannot engage in violence in the protest movement and expect it to receive positive coverage. The coverage is going to be negative if you engage in violence, and the coverage is going to be negative if you engage in hate speech. You are hurting the movement. You are hurting those who are peacefully protesting in a nonviolent fashion without hate speech. Protest if you will, but do it in such a way as not to hurt the protest movement itself, which I support. I support the protest movement. I don't support hate within the movement. I support saying to the world that you don't think what's happening in terms of the killing of the babies in Gaza to be something that is acceptable. Now, that's my language, and there's other language that's acceptable. But you cannot do it, in my opinion, and expect a positive response if you do it with violence or hate speech. We in this country understand that the country was founded to a certain extent on protest. The Pilgrims were protesting, and they came to this country, brought their movement with them. When the farmers came to Washington, D.C. with their tractors protesting, it was perfectly legitimate protest, acceptable. Nonviolent, peaceful, hate-free protest is acceptable. And I would ask the news medium, all of those various outlets that cover these protests, cover some of the protests that are positive. Present them. Let the world know that not everybody is engaging in hate speech. Not everybody is anti-Semitic that's protesting. Not everybody is violent that's protesting. Let the world know that there is peaceful, nonviolent, hate-free protests taking place in this country. I'm asking you to do this, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, Fox. Cover some of the positive protest movement, positive in the sense that there is no violence and no hate speech. When you don't do that, when you fail to cover those protest movements, you are then in covering the protest movements that are filled with violence and hate speech, you are then showing the world what might appear to be only that type of protests taking place in this country. And that is not the case. There are many protest movements that have taken place that were nonviolent, hate-free protests. We ought not allow ourselves to believe that only hateful protest movements are taking place. And there are many protests where some one or two people, some outsiders will intrude, interlopers. And these interlopers intrude and they then engage in hateful messaging or they engage in some sort of violence. But that shouldn't taint all of the other persons, perhaps the hundreds of persons who are protesting without violence and hate speech. Cover them fairly. Say that there were these handful or this number, whatever it is. But be fair to the many people who are there and are protesting without hate and without violence. I'm asking the news media to please do this. Let other people see in the world that we protest in this country and we do it without violence and we do it without hate speech. I think that I can give evidence of what I speak. We had in Houston, Texas, an event to have a candlelight, if you will, a candlelight ceremony to memorialize the lives of persons who lost their lives in Gaza. And we had a packed house. We had some debate. There was no hate speech. And there was no violence. And there was no coverage. No coverage. Now, I have seen multiple protests concerning what happened on October 7th, and that merits being protested. I support that, protesting it. What happened was horrific. We ought to protest that. And when that is protested, I have seen it covered, positive news coverage. Well, there are two sides to this when you get to the things that have happened since October 7th and all that has happened in Gaza with the destruction of schools, the destruction of hospitals, of roads, of bridges, of homes. With all of this destruction, it is not unreasonable for some people to conclude that this ought to be something worthy of protestation. So when this occurs and there is no violence, no hate speech, I challenge the news media to cover it too, just as you cover those who protest what happened on October 7th, and I'm among those who would do so. October 7th was a horrific day in infamy. So let us be fair in the coverage, and let us, those who are protesting, understand that if there's a person among your protest movement who is out of line, who is being hateful, if there's a person who is being violent, we in the 60s, when we were protesting, We would meet before the protests would start, and we would agree on certain things. One, we wouldn't be violent. And if someone should do something to indicate some degree of violence, we would turn to that person and point and say, not with us. We would remove that person from the protest. Not with us. Not with us. And let the police take him away. And we continue with our peaceful protest. It is important to have free speech, freedom of assembly, freedom to protest. That's what this country was founded on to a great extent. And we want to maintain it. And to do it, I think the news media has a role, and that is to present fair coverage of these protest movements. And I think that the people who are protesting have a role. Your role is to say to the world that we are here to have a peaceful, nonviolent, hate-free protest. I think you should be able to simply say to peacefully protest, and it should incorporate these other things. But you can say it all. And those who act in a violent way are not with us. Say it before you start the protest. They're not with us. Anybody who says something that's racist, anti-Semitic, sexist, Islamophobia, utilizing Islamophobia, behaving in an Islamophobic way, anti-Islamic, anti-Asian, announce they're not with us. And we don't want them to be a part of this. And if you got a sign that says it, take your sign someplace else. That's not for this movement. That's your job if you are a part of the protest movement and you're a leader. And finally, be prepared. Be prepared to suffer the consequences. Be prepared. We would, if arrested, not resist. That's another charge. You arrest, don't resist if you're arrested. And remember this, those who tolerate hate perpetuate hate. If you're going to tolerate hate, you're going to perpetuate it. The persons who are actually behaving in a hateful fashion are perpetrating, and if you tolerate it, you're perpetuating. We cannot tolerate hate. Now, do I expect people to denounce everything hateful that's said? Impossible to do. But there are things that you can select in your own way that you want to denounce, as I am today. Do that. You can be selective. It is impossible to denounce all of the hate in the world. I wish we could, except for saying, I denounce all hate in the world. Okay, I've said that. But when you get to the specificities, it's impossible to denounce every specific act of hate. But I'm denouncing today what happened in New York on that subway when people were singled out. You don't do that. Not in this America. You shouldn't. And if you do it, then you're going to be labeled as anti-Semitic. And there's nothing unfair about that label being placed on you if you behave in the fashion that I have articulated earlier. Those who tolerate hate perpetuate hate. Those who tolerate hate perpetuate hate. I'm proud to know that there are persons from the New York delegation. There were other incidents that occurred, and there are persons from the New York delegation who spoke up and indicated that there was anti-Semitic activity taking place. And I'm very proud of them. Majority Leader Schumer spoke up on the floor denouncing the hate. Representative Ocasio-Cortez spoke up denouncing the hate. Our minority leader here in the House, Hakeem Jeffries, spoke up denouncing the hate. I don't expect them to speak up every time something happens. I appreciate what they've done this time, but I don't expect them to speak up every time. But I do hope that as we move forward, we will not allow one side of the protest movement, which is obviously distasteful, to be continually publicized to the extent that it gives the image to those who don't know better that all of the protest movements are about hate and violence, because this is not the case. I support peaceful, nonviolent, hate-free protest, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the minority leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and still I rise, and still I rise. Proud to be a person who is blessed with the preeminent privilege of standing here and speaking in this most sacred chamber. Proud to be a person who is in service to his country. Proud to acknowledge that we just in Houston, Texas, celebrated Juneteenth, the day that General Gordon Granger read General Order Number 3 in Galveston, Texas. General Order Number 3. General Order Number 3 was read in Galveston, Texas, to call to the attention of the people of the state of Texas that the Emancipation Proclamation had some 2.5 years earlier freed the slaves in the Confederate States. Of course, the people in Texas did not honor the Emancipation Proclamation. Hence, people were maintained in slavery for some 2.5 additional years. But General Gordon Granger didn't come to Galveston, Texas alone. General Gordon Granger came with the 25th Army Corps. The 25th Army Corps liberated Galveston, Texas. It was the 25th Army Corps that came to Galveston and ran the Confederates out of town, as it were. It is said that they were chased to the border of Mexico, which allowed General Gordon Granger to read General Order Number 3. But for the 25th Army Corps, General Gordon Granger may not have been in a position to read General Order Number 3 on June the 19th, because the 25th Army Corps came in about a week earlier. The 25th Army Corps was more than 1,000 persons strong and consisted primarily of persons who were of African ancestry. It was African people who fought to liberate Galveston, Texas. Hence, we have Juneteenth. Much more that I could say about Juneteenth and General Order Number 3, as well as the 25th Army Corps. We have presented a resolution to honor the 25th Army Corps for their bravery, for their valor. Much more to be said about them. But today I want to move forward from Juneteenth. I'd like to acknowledge it as a celebration of liberation. Persons being liberated after having suffered the inhumanity associated with slavery. Liberated. I mention this Juneteenth date because we will soon commemorate August 20th. August 20th is Slavery Remembrance Day. Remember, Juneteenth was a celebration of liberation. August 20th is a commemoration of the millions who were enslaved. I mention it now because as we move toward this date, I want persons to take note of it. It is an important date in American history. It's important because it was on August the 20th of 1619 that the White Lion, a ship with 20, it is said, 20 enslaved persons of African ancestry, they were introduced to the colonies, which would go on to become the United States of America, or part of the United States of America. And these 20 persons represent the genesis of slavery in the United States of America. This date should not be forgotten. This date should be commemorated. It was a seminal moment in time that has impacted every scintilla of time since that day, August 20th, 1619. We should remember this day and we should commemorate it because of the lives that were lost, the suffering that was had, the many persons who traversed the waters and the many who did not make it. We should remember it because of the persons who did make it and what they contributed to this country. They were the persons who made America the great country it is because they were the economic foundational mothers and fathers of the country. And as such, they deserve to be honored. They deserve to have their lives respected. They were not just throwaways. They were not people who came here to do harm. They were brought here, forced to help, and they did for some 246 years. So we should commemorate this day, August the 20th, August 20th. And we should do so annually. The President of the United States of America has acknowledged August 20th. And I'm proud to say that the Honorable Elizabeth Warren has joined me in this effort to spread the word and assure the commemoration of August 20th as Slavery Remembrance Day. The President acknowledged it. This House of Representatives has acknowledged August 20th, 1619, as Slavery Remembrance Day. So I want to make sure that we are mindful of this day as it approaches, as we approach it. I want us to be mindful of it because I want us to set aside time to have a commemoration event. This is important. I liken this commemoration event to Holocaust remembrance. I am one of those persons who has great reverence for Holocaust remembrance. When last we had an event here in the Capitol for Holocaust remembrance, I was there. I was there the time before. I pray that I will be there next year and the many years after. I believe that the Holocaust was an event unlike any other in history. And we have to commemorate with a degree of solemnity the lives that were lost so as to not only appreciate what happened during the Holocaust, but also to assure ourselves that it will never happen again. It was a crime against humanity unlike any other. So I liken slavery remembrance to the Holocaust because it too was a crime against humanity unlike any other. And it too should be commemorated in a similar fashion. In a similar fashion. We should have solemnity for slavery remembrance, and we should also have for slavery remembrance events, people should take the time to commemorate the lives that were lost, just as we do for the Holocaust. We do this, and we should do it for both events. I stand here today to say to my country, let us give slavery remembrance the same respect that we accord Holocaust remembrance. Both of them, crimes against humanity, unlike each other, each unlike any other crimes. They are events that ought to be commemorated. My desire is to, coupled with many others I might add who are joining me, to have an event to commemorate the lives that were lost. We want to, at that event, acknowledge certain things. Acknowledge that we believe this should be a holy day, not a holiday. Not a holiday. We're not asking the federal government to allow people to be off from work, not asking the federal government to pay anyone a special salary and allow them to be away from work. We're just asking that the people who respect the day, you respect the day, and if you have African ancestry, you respect yourself enough to commemorate August 20th. So it's not a holiday, it is a holy day. The distinction being, we're not asking the government to recognize it as a holiday with some emolument to be accorded people who work for the government. We just want people to respect the more than 10 million lives that were sacrificed to make America great. Respect them. Give them the same respect we give others who have made sacrifice for this country. Others have sacrificed, and they should be respected as well. We respect the military for the sacrifices made. I respect the military for the sacrifices made. I honor those who are willing to sacrifice, who join the military. Those who were a part of the American enslaved, they didn't join, they weren't recruited, they were forced. They ought to be respected, just as we respect the lives lost in the wars. We should respect the lives lost to slavery in this great country, made great because of those persons who were enslaved for some 246 years. Let's respect them. Do this on August the 20th. And let's respect them to the same extent that we have respected persons who were members of the Confederacy. Because in the year 1956, the Congress of the United States of America presented a Congressional Gold Medal to the Confederate soldiers, a Congressional Gold Medal. I believe that we should accord a Congressional Gold Medal to the enslaved. To the enslaved. To the enslaved, a Congressional Gold Medal should be presented. If we can present a Congressional Gold Medal to the Confederate soldiers who were fighting to maintain slavery, surely we can present a Congressional Gold Medal to those who were enslaved. I think we should do it. On August the 20th, we will talk about this Congressional Gold Medal and what we're doing to make this a reality, a Congressional Gold Medal for those who are enslaved. But we shouldn't stop there. The Congressional Gold Medal is something that they have, by their labor, unpaid labor, hasn't been properly addressed. But because of their labor, because of the sacrifice, born into slavery, lived in slavery, died as a slave. That kind of sacrifice ought to be honored. I believe that we'll do this at some point across the length and breadth of the country, but that's not enough. I also believe that the President of the United States should award a Presidential Medal of Freedom to the enslaved. A Presidential Medal of Freedom. We've given Presidential Medals of Freedoms to many persons, and I am not in any way contending that we should not have given them their Congressional Presidential Medals of Freedom. But I am saying that we have neglected the 10 million plus persons whose lives were sacrificed to make America great. We ought to give them a Presidential Medal of Freedom as well. August 20th, we will commemorate their lives with dignity and solemnity, and we will explain what we have done in moving toward the Congressional Gold Medal, as well as the Presidential Medal of Freedom. And finally, I believe that we who have suffered ought to be of assistance to each other in helping to commemorate the suffering. When I say we who have suffered, I'm talking about our ancestors having suffered. We ought to stand together. We ought to work together. When there is Holocaust remembrance, I believe people who have suffered as the descendants, the scions, if you will, of those who were enslaved, I think we ought to do all that we can to be a party to Holocaust remembrance. And likewise, I believe that my Jewish brothers and sisters, I believe you ought to be a party to slavery remembrance. We have suffered. The suffering ought not be something that is simply another day, to the day of recognition, and then we go on. I believe that there is a certain amount of unity that suffering requires of people who have suffered, because suffering can teach you what you can learn no other way. It really teaches you why it is so important to respect the lives of those who suffered. You suffer as a descendant. And I don't mean suffer in the same sense as your ancestors or our ancestors, but we still suffer. And we're going to suffer, but we ought to commemorate the lives lost. That helps greatly. So I'm inviting my friends of all hues to be a party to the Slavery Remembrance Day event. We'll say more about it later, time and location. Inviting everyone, with a special invitation to my friends who are descendants of the persons who suffered the Holocaust. Special invitation to those persons who are descendants of those who suffered the Trail of Tears. Special invitation to those who were interned, American citizens, interned because they were suspected, never proven to be antithetical to the best interests of the country, of Asian ancestry. Special invitation. Special invitation to the Latinos who have suffered in that there's land that was removed from Mexico became a part of the United States. Many people lost their lives in battles associated with that conflict. Special invitation to you. Anyone and everyone, which probably would mean every person alive has some degree of ancestors who suffered in a similar sense, but they're all separate and they're all different. I respect all of the suffering, and I invite persons to come to the Slavery Remembrance Day, and let us now start the process of not only remembrance, but also making it special by awarding this Congressional Gold Medal and this Presidential Medal of Freedom. I am a scion of the enslaved persons. A scion, by the way, is a descendant. A scion of the enslaved persons whose lives were sacrificed to make America great. And as a scion, I respect all who have suffered the indignity and the injustice of having their ancestors suffer. I invite scions of all hues, of all stripes, to come together on Slavery Remembrance Day, August 20th. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield my time to my friend who is making his way. I won't stop with my time until he has made it to the area, as he is someone that I have great respect for and would want him to be assured that I respect his time. I yield to the Speaker and to my friend.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized.
We now go to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, who is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, to the best of my knowledge, the last public meeting between you and President Biden occurred on May 31st, 2022. Does that sound accurate?
I'm going to take your word for it.
Okay. Have you had any private meetings with the president since that time?
No.
Any phone calls with the president?
Nope. I don't believe so.
Is there any reason why you've not met with or spoken to the president?
I meet with when any president calls, you come and you meet, but that hasn't happened, so.
So in over 2 years, with inflation still nagging us, with cost out of control, President Biden has not asked to meet with you in over 2 years?
I haven't had a meeting with him. He hasn't sought a meeting, and of course I don't seek meetings, so you have the date.
But to your knowledge, in the last 2 years, you've not spoken with or met with the president at all?
He shook his hand in a line once, but that wasn't a conversation. It was just, Mr. President, and that was it. It was at a state dinner. I attended a state dinner a few months ago, and I shook his hand. Good evening, Mr. President, and that was it.
Does that not strike you as odd that the president has not sought to meet with you?
Not at all. Not at all. We're an
Mr.
independent
Chairman.
agency, and
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry, please, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry.
Am I recognized?
I want to answer your.
State your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I make a point of order under Clause 4 of Rule 17 that the gentleman's words are disorderly and violate the rules of decorum in debate insofar as they are negatively reflecting upon the personality of a candidate for President of the United States.
The Congressman is not engaged in any personality or in any, has questioned anything about anyone at this point. I'm not sure where you're going, Congressman. Congressman is recognized.
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank
Chairman,
you.
Happy to answer your question.
Mr. Chairman.
Answer your question.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
Not at all
continue with the
unusual.
point of order, please.
What is your point of order?
Mr. Chairman, we have been admonished in this committee that we should not have words that negatively reflect upon persons who are running for president. This would include Mr. Trump as well as the current president.
Didn't the ranking member do a whole opening monologue
Chairman,
diatribe about some ridiculous
would you
Project
please rule my
2025?
friend out of order, Mr. Chairman, until you rule?
Mr. Lawler
He's
has
already
not
ruled.
admonished or said anything negative about the president at all. I just listened to his comments. So I'm going to recognize the congressman again, Mr. Lawler from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Powell, you were trying to answer my question.
So we're an independent agency. The administration has been very respectful of the Fed and not, wanting to try to influence and things like that. And I don't find it at all unusual. I've been at the Fed this is my 13th year, and I think there can go by long periods of time when the Fed chair doesn't meet with the president, and that's totally fine.
Okay. Since you made mention of the independence of the Fed, and I know you pride yourself in that independence, do you acknowledge, or do members of the FOMC acknowledge, that a rate cut in September could be viewed as political just 30 to 60 days before an election?
So our undertaking is to make decisions when and as they need to be made, based on the data, the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks, and not in consideration of other factors, and that would include political factors. We will make those decisions. We have a long history of doing that, including during election years, and that is the undertaking we'll make. Anything we do will be very well grounded, and it's just not appropriate for us to get into the business of thinking about election cycles at all, one way or the other.
So inflation year over year from May 2024 to from May 2023 to May 2024 is up 3.3%. Overall inflation. Energy inflation is up 3.7%. Food inflation up 2.1%. With inflation continuing to be a challenge, do you see a rate cut as a possibility at this moment?
So I think you're quoting the CPI numbers, which are operating at an unusually high gap to the PCE. For 25 years, the Fed has focused on personal consumption expenditures inflation, PCE inflation. And usually the gap to CPI is only 25 or 30 basis points. It's more now. So the PCE numbers, the current PCE numbers are 2.6% for headline, 2.6% for core. And we've articulated for a good long period our test for being willing to consider beginning to loosen policy. And that test is that we want to be more confident that inflation is moving on a path sustainably down to 2%. Not at 2%, but on a path sustainably to 2%. That's the test we've articulated. I have some confidence, as I said earlier, that we are on a downward path. I think if you look at the data, it's pretty clear that, but we have not said, though, that we have sufficient confidence, and that will be a decision that our committee makes.
Yeah, I would just note, obviously, CPI, the price of goods, the price of purchasing a home, the price of a mortgage, the cost of a mortgage has been astronomical. In Westchester County, for instance, where I represent, the average mortgage cost is up $1,000 a month, over $12,000 a year. In the time I have remaining, quick question. In your meetings with the president, have you noticed any mental or cognitive decline?
No.
Thank you. I yield back.
Point of order.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from
Point of
Texas.
order, Mr. Chairman.
Point of order.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman just mentioned the president's cognitive capacity, and I believe this to be a violation of the rules with relationship to decorum, and that this goes into a personality of a president.
Gentleman's time had expired. You're recognized now for your 5 minutes, Mr. Green.
My point of order is to be made immediately after the gentleman's statement, and that's what I'm doing.
I would remind members not to engage in personalities and comments about the president.
But, Mr. Chairman, if I may, with my point of order, I demand that the gentleman's words be taken down insofar as they negatively reflect upon a candidate for President of the United States.
Gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, is recognized.
I'll happily withdraw my words, though everybody understood them.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman withdraws his comments.
I find
Mr. Green,
his
you're recognized.
if I may, Mr. Chairman, his final comment was, although everybody understood them, in my opinion, that then brings us right back to where we were before he made his attempt to withdraw. Now, if he's willing to withdraw appropriately, I will not demand. But until he does so, I demand that his words be taken down.
The gentleman's time had expired.
Mr. Chairman, the time does not expire on the request that I've made, the point of order. The time didn't expire on that.
I recognize
Let
Mr. Lawler.
the record reflect I withdraw my words.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And still I rise to commemorate August 20th as Slavery Remembrance Day, because as I've indicated many times on this floor, done so today, it is the date that the White Lion, a ship with 20 persons of African ancestry, docked at a place called Point Comfort, near what we now call Norfolk, Virginia. It was a moment in time that has an impact on the rest of time in this country. Because you see, for 246 years, persons of African ancestry, more than 10 million, were brought to this country to sacrifice. And they sacrificed such that this very building was a product of their hands. They sacrificed to build roads and bridges. They were the persons who sacrificed to plant the crops and harvest and feed the nation. For 246 years they sacrificed, yet to this day they have not been properly acknowledged for the sacrifice that they suffered. They've not been acknowledged. We have acknowledged others. We've acknowledged the Confederate soldiers that fought to maintain slavery. We did so in 1956. We've acknowledged others. I think it's time to acknowledge them because, truth be told, they were the economic, foundational mothers and fathers of the country. This country's economic success was built on 246 years of sacrifice made by persons who were enslaved in our great country. Why not honor them for their sacrifice? Why not allow them to have, at last, the honor that they have earned by virtue of their sacrifice? And this is what we will attempt to do on August 20th. We've been doing so now for a number of years. On August 20th, Slavery Remembrance Day, we plan to have a major event right here in the Capitol, right here in the facility just off these grounds, in the Visitors Information Facility, or the Visitor Center as it's called, my bad. We plan to honor them with a day of remembrance. And I am honored to say that there are many persons who will be in attendance, including the men of the Masonic Order. They will come and pay tribute, as I will. But it's about more than tribute. It's about legislation that we have that we'll present to do what we did not do, and that is not only pay tribute to them, but also to have those who participated in this enslavement by way of their predecessor institutions. I'm talking about banks and insurance companies. We have legislation to seek atonement for this behavior of their predecessor institutions. But more importantly, we will have a final opportunity on that day, as we will on August 20th and all future days, to ask and remind people that we have legislation pending to accord a Congressional Gold Medal to the enslaved. We're asking the President of the United States to present them with a Presidential Medal of Freedom. Give them in death what they never had in life, some semblance of freedom. We plan to acknowledge people who have been helpful with this journey. Mr. Steny Hoyer, who at the time was a majority leader, he was helpful in getting legislation through the House to acknowledge Slavery Remembrance Day. So today I rise as a progenitor of August the 20th as Slavery Remembrance Day. I rise today as a scion of the enslaved Africans whose lives were sacrificed for 246 years to make America great. And thereafter, their lives were sacrificed, many of them, in something called convict leasing, to continue slavery under another name. And thereafter, they were treated as second-class citizens, my ancestors, with something called lawful segregation. Lawful segregation, which was a form of invidious discrimination, which was a form of racism. All of these things happened. We can't deny them. The truth is being told. But I'm saying to you, notwithstanding all of these things, I still love my country. I'm saying to you, notwithstanding all of these things, my country still hasn't done enough to acknowledge the history and acknowledge the suffering of those whose lives were sacrificed to make America great. August 20th, we plan to continue the process of acknowledgement, plan to continue the process of honoring and causing people to understand that in this country, notwithstanding our history, we can atone. There is time to atone, which brings me to the last piece of legislation that we will call to the attention of persons assembled. And this piece of legislation calls for a Department of Reconciliation. We have not reconciled. We have not. There are many things that we need to reconcile. Slavery is one of them. The things that happened to the indigenous Americans, the Aboriginal Americans, we call them Indians, but the things that happened to them were unconscionable. They suffered injustices that no one else has suffered in this country. We ought to atone. We ought to have a Department of Reconciliation with a Secretary of Reconciliation who reports directly to the President of the United States of America with the sole mission of bringing about atonement and reconciliation for our many transgressions. If America is to be America for all Americans, we have to do this. We have to have the atonement. And it has to also include the many persons of Asian ancestry whose ancestors came here and built the railroads, whose ancestors were interned simply because there was a war going on and they happened to be of a certain ancestry. Their ancestors were related to the war, but they were not. They were Americans, many of them, and they were interned unjustly, unlawfully, in my opinion. So we have to atone for this. But we also have to atone for what happened with Texas. I'm a representative from the state of Texas. I proudly wear a Texas tie when I'm on the floor, if not a tie celebrating the United States of America in some way. This is my way of showing my patriotism. I also sing the national anthem. I stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. But we have to atone for what happened with Texas. Texas is the only state in the Union to secede twice because of slavery. Texas left Mexico because Mexico said, no more slavery, Texas. Texas said, well, if we can't have slavery, we will leave Mexico. And they did. Texas did. And then became a part of the United States. Texas then left the United States because of slavery. So we have to atone for these things. We have to acknowledge that they occurred. And we have to, on August the 20th, bring to the attention of our country the fact that we will honor those whose lives have been sacrificed, and we should have a Department of Reconciliation in addition to Slavery Remembrance Day to honor those persons whose lives were sacrificed. Mr. Speaker, it is always an honor to stand here in the well of the House. I do love my country, but my country has not always loved me. It's difficult sometimes to love that which does not love you, but I do, and I have, and I will, because the truth be told, notwithstanding all of the things that have happened and many that have happened to me personally, I've celebrated my 25th birthday for the third time. I'm now into my 25th. All of these things, it is my belief that if something bad has to happen to you now, let it happen to you in the United States of America. If you have to go through a divorce, if your spouse is going to leave you, let it happen in the United States of America. If you have to suffer the alienation of affection from your pet, your dog bites you, let your dog bite you in the United States of America. Friends, notwithstanding all of the things that have happened, I still believe that the best place to make change and to bring about liberty and justice for all is the United States of America. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And still I rise. And I rise today to remind us of the words of Dr. Martin Luther King. The truest measure of the person is not where you stand in times of comfort and convenience, but where do you stand in times of great challenge and controversy? Where do you stand when children in Gaza are being killed by the thousands? Where do you stand when the infrastructure of Gaza is being destroyed? Schools, hospitals, homes. Where do you stand? I cannot in good conscience stand with Mr. Netanyahu. I will not be in this facility today when he speaks. I will not, if it's a standalone bill, vote to send another dime to Mr. Netanyahu's administration. It's not just Hamas that he wants to destroy. He is destroying Gaza. And he would, if he could, take all of Palestine. I cannot in good conscience stand in this House today and say that I will attend.
Gentleman's time has
I yield
expired.
back the balance of my time.
Recognized for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I especially thank the witnesses for appearing today. And I earlier made a comment about nouveau Jim Crow. I'd like to delve into it, if I may. Jim Crow is a term synonymous with invidious discrimination. And I said that minorities and women have lived in a society that has discriminated against them. It took women 144 years to get the right to vote, longer than that to own property in some places. It was all including commonplace for boardrooms to be all male. Black people suffered 246 years of slavery. Then Jim Crow, convict leasing, black codes, lawful segregation. Is it unreasonable for people who have suffered or had their ancestors suffered these types of atrocities to want to know the makeup of your board? Is that unreasonable? In Texas, my state, I love my state. I don't love a lot of what happens in my state, but I love the state. Let me read this to you. Effective January 1, 2024, a new Texas law prohibits public institutions of higher education from, among other things, establishing or maintaining diversity, equity, and inclusion offices, or hiring or assigning offices, employees, or contractors to perform the duties of a DEI. Is it really bad to have an office devoted to trying to bring about diversity within an institution or a business, not mandating, but looking, trying to develop diversity. You got an all-male board. Wouldn't you want to find a way to diversify that? So let me ask Mr., and I'm going to take a stab at it, Frerichs? All right, so would you kindly, thank you, sir. Please forgive my mispronunciation, but would you
You have a much
kindly,
easier last name to pronounce tonight.
okay. Would you please respond to my commentary?
I do want to talk about economic Jim Crow. One part of Jim Crow was people had to pay a poll tax in order to vote. That excluded all kinds of poor people. One of the efforts here is to raise the threshold for filing a resolution. You say it's too low at 2,000. There was an effort made to raise it to 25,000. So what you're saying is, if you are a poorer person, and you're not poor because about half Americans can't afford a $400 emergency. $2,000 is not a low number for most Americans. You're saying that if you're a shareholder who doesn't have $25,000 to invest in one company, you don't get to vote. You don't get to have a voice. You don't get to file a resolution. There is no guarantee that your resolution is going to pass. There is no guarantee that the board is going to follow your recommendation. But if you want to be a public company, you ought to be held accountable to your shareholders. And what they're looking to do is to not be accountable. If Exxon doesn't want to answer or hear from their shareholders, they can take their company private, and then they don't have to do this. They choose to be a public company, and they should hold themselves accountable, and we shouldn't raise thresholds so high that you're basically forming a modern-day economic Jim Crow.
I thank you, and I'm going to use my last less than 1 minute to compliment the ranking member of this committee. She established a subcommittee for diversity, equity, and inclusion, trying as best as we can to help corporate America understand the value of diversity, the value of inclusion. And I just want to compliment her because a lot of this is more about will than way. Do you have the will to do that which you know can bring about positive change? Or will you allow the status quo to dictate your actions and as a result, maintain the status quo? So to Ms. Waters, thank you for what you've done. And I trust that you'll have an opportunity to do it again. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. With that, we have a second member who has waved on to the committee, someone who has done a tremendous amount of work. Regarding the proxy advisors, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, and the chair of the House Admin Committee as well. So we can thank him for microphones that work finally. It had been a while. That had been a challenge. So.
Recognized
for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the ranking member as well. And still I rise, and I rise today in strong opposition to this legislation. On the subject of climate change, acknowledging the dangers posed by climate change benefits corporate America, as climate change is a threat to our financial system as well as the global economy. If insurance companies and their investors do not account for climate risk, they will either have to go bankrupt or exit certain markets, exacerbating the recent trend wherein some of the largest insurance companies are choosing to withdraw coverage from certain states. Further, a 2023 study conducted by asset manager Nuvin found that more than 73% of U.S. investors said they were more likely to invest in a company that communicates its plans for effectively managing ESG-related risk. And now on the question of diversity. When it comes to diversity, diversity is a benefit, not a detriment. Diversity benefits corporate shareholders by improving a company's performance. A 2023 McKinsey report found that companies in the top 25% for both gender and ethnic diversity in their executive teams are on average 9% more likely to outperform their peers. On the other hand, McKinsey found that companies in the bottom 25% for both gender and ethnic diversity are 66% less likely to outperform their peers. In truth, this isn't about minorities and women not being qualified. In truth, it's about the fact that they are minorities and women in a society that has historically discriminated against them. Minorities and women are good for business.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And still I rise today, and I stand alone. I stand alone, Mr. Speaker, because sometimes it's better to stand alone than not stand at all. And I stand today mindful of the words of the great Voltaire, the great intellectual, who reminds us that it is dangerous, Mr. Speaker, to be right in affairs where established men are wrong. So I rise today to take a stand and to call to the attention of the nation that I love. I love this country. I salute the flag. I stand for the national anthem. I sing the national anthem. But I remind everyone that the greatness of America will not be measured by whether the Al Greens of the world will stand and sing and salute. The greatness of America will be measured by whether the Al Greens of the world will defend those who choose not to stand, sing, and salute. And I do. I defend them. I believe that the greatness of the country resides in our ability to have people that we disagree with stand before us, look us in the eye, announce their disagreement, and yet we take that understanding that in this country we can disagree and still have a great country. So I stand today to call to the attention of the nation and the many who may not know. A good many may know what I'm about to share. And I have with me evidence of what I speak. This, my dear friends, is from CNN by Andrew Carey, July 18th, 2024, which would be a little more than 2 months as I calculate things. And it reads, Israeli lawmakers vote overwhelmingly against Palestinian statehood. Remember, July 18th, 2024. Goes on to say, challenging U.S. policy. This is the style of this article published by CNN. These are the words. The Biden administration received another rebuff from Israel Wednesday night, this time from the country's parliament. The parliament would be the Knesset. That would be similar to, not the same as, but similar to our Congress. So this is a rebuff, per CNN, from the parliament of Israel over the United States' long-standing support for the eventual establishment of a Palestinian state. The establishment of a Palestinian state. Now, this is important to me because since I've been in Congress, I arrived in 2005, there has been a policy of a two-state solution, a state for Palestinians and a state for Israelis. Long-standing. In fact, I have voted for it. I have voted to send money to Israel because I thought the two-state solution was the goal that we were all working toward. And I have voted for more than $50 billion, thinking that we were moving toward a two-state solution. Well, this article goes on to say, a two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has been U.S. policy for decades. I agree with that. It has. But absent negotiations between the two sides and a lack of sustained effort by the U.S., I shall repeat, a lack of a sustained effort by the U.S. to make it happen. Now, the contention in this article is that the United States has not made a sustained effort to make it happen. I believe that the Biden administration has. I have witnessed much of what the Biden administration is trying to do and has done. But it goes on to read, on Wednesday evening, the Israeli parliament made clear its position, voting 68-9 to reject any creation of a Palestinian state. 68-9, the Israeli parliament has voted to reject any creation of a Palestinian state. Many people don't know this. I'm grateful that CNN has published it. It goes on. The Knesset of Israel firmly opposes the establishment of a Palestinian state west of the Jordan River. Actually, it says west of the Jordan, but we know that that's the Jordan River. And the Jordan River is at the West Bank, and it's the West Bank of Jordan, not the West Bank of Israel. But it's a part of what should be a Palestinian state. So the West Bank, I will read this again because this is exceedingly important. The Knesset of Israel has firmly opposed the establishment of a Palestinian state west of the Jordan River. Now, if you do that west of a Jordan River, that is another way of saying from the river to the sea. From the river to the sea. No Palestinian state. From the river to the sea. Now, in this country, if you say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, well, that would be anti-Semitic. Well, what is it if the Knesset of Israel, the governing body, the Knesset of Israel, this is not just some person on the street. The Knesset of Israel firmly opposes the establishment of a Palestinian state west of the Jordan River, from the river to the sea. That would include all of what at one time was known as Palestine. All of what at one time was known as Palestine. I challenge anyone within the sound of my voice or anyone who is seeing this. Look for a map with Palestine on it, a map depicting the area today. It's not on the map. You may find it on some, but most maps will not have a place called Palestine on them today. Now remember, in 1948, the place that we are now calling Israel, as you'll see later on in this article, was called Palestine. The mandate was to have two states, one for Palestinians, one for Israelis. But somehow this has metamorphosed into Israel in the minds of many people, not in my mind. I'm still on the two-state solution program that I voted for and sent $50 billion, more than $50 billion to help accomplish. So, from the river to the sea, firmly opposes a Palestinian state. This is the Knesset of Israel. Goes on to indicate the establishment of a Palestinian state in the heart of the land of Israel. A Palestinian state in the heart of the land of Israel. Remember, 1948, all of this land was called Palestine. 1948. Then there was a mandate. Well, I should say 47, 48. Then there was a mandate. And pursuant to the mandate, there were to be two states, a state of Israel and a state of Palestine. But we find here that the Knesset of Israel has concluded that the establishment of a Palestinian state in the heart of the land of Israel. What happened to Palestine? What happened to the land that was to become a Palestinian state? In the heart of the land of Israel would pose an existential danger to the state of Israel and its citizens. Perpetuate the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Well, what will happen if there is no state for the Palestinians? Will that be perpetual peace? If there's no state for the Palestinians? And what are you saying when you say that there will be no state for the Palestinians? Well, what will there be? Will there be a one-state solution in a state called Israel? And what will the Palestinians become? Will they have full citizenship in a state called Israel? Will they become a part of an apartheid state? What will happen to the Palestinians? That's a fair question to ask when you have the Israeli Knesset indicating that there will be no Palestinian state from the river to the sea, which is all of what used to be called Palestine. Goes on to indicate would perpetrate the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and destabilize the region. The declaration read. Well, there are many questions to be asked. I don't know that the answers are going to be readily available. But it seems to me that this is perspicuously clear, and there will be no Palestinian state if the current Israeli government has its way. Let's go on. Same news article reads, among those who backed it, meaning this resolution, was Benny Gantz, an opponent of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Gantz's vote serves as a blow to those in Washington, that would be us, those in Washington who see him as someone more inclined to seek a negotiated peace with Palestinians if he ever became Israel's leader. So now we have the current prime minister who's supportive of this resolution, and we have a potential prime minister, Mr. Benny Gantz, who has voted in favor of the resolution as well. It reads, instead, the resolution was a signal to the international community that pressure to impose a Palestinian state on Israel is futile. That's what this is supposed to signal, Mr. Speaker. Futile. We're trying to negotiate a two-state solution when the government of Israel has already passed a resolution and said we're not going to do that. There will be no two-state solution from the river to the sea. Can you imagine if someone in this country said there will be no Israel from the river to the sea? What our response would be? Do we not care about the Palestinians? Are they not human beings? Did they not have a place in the land that was called Palestine prior to 1947, 48? Do they not matter to anybody? Palestinians? They ought to have a place in the land that was called Palestine. Instead, the resolution was a signal to the international community that pressure to impose a Palestinian state on Israel is futile. Why are we imposing a Palestinian state on Israel? We are imposing a Palestinian state pursuant to the mandate in a place called Palestine. And we talk about these things as though Israel owns all of the land and the Palestinians are foreigners who have somehow encroached upon the land of Israel. Futile. Instead, the resolution was a signal to the international community that pressure to impose a Palestinian state on Israel is futile. Leader of the right-wing opposition New Hope Party, Gideon Saar, said, according to Haaretz newspaper. So now, we have the Knesset saying no, from the river to the sea, there will be no Palestinian state. Let's get another opinion. This article has been published in many publications, including the Times of Israel. This one was taken from the Economic Times, but the essence of what's here has been published many times. Now this reads, "We are not another star in American flag." Israel minister dismisses U.S. criticism over immigration of Gazan civilians. This is from January 3rd, 2024, not that long ago. And then he says, this Israeli prime minister says, "I really admire the United States of America. But with all due respect," by the way, I'm not angry with him for what I'm about to really read. I respect him. I'm not upset. But he says, "I really admire the United States of America, but with all due respect, we are not another star in the American flag." I agree with that. You're not another star in the American flag. No quarrel with that. Then he goes on to say, this is Ben Gavir, goes on to say, or Ben Gavir. I want to make sure that I get him right. No disrespect to you, sir. Who heads the ultra-nationalist Otzma Yehudit party. This is what he said in a statement. Not another star in the American flag. I agree, you're not. But then he adds, "The United States is our best friend." No disagreement there. "But before everything else, we will do what is good for the state of Israel." Now that's a minister, part of the Israeli government, saying he's going to do what's in the best interest of Israel. Who can be upset with him for saying he's going to do what's in the best interest of his country? I think he probably loves his country like I love my country. So he's doing what's in the best interest of his country. Well, let's see what he thinks is in the best interest of his country, because he goes on to say, do what's good for the state of Israel, and then he adds, the immigration of hundreds of thousands from Gaza will allow residents, and this is being said parenthetically, but I'll read it to you, of the border area to return home and live in security and protect IDF soldiers. We need to focus on the word immigration. Immigration is thought by some to mean you will leave and you may return. But here's what Webster says. Immigration, departure from a place of abode, natural home, or country for life or residence elsewhere. You're not coming back. He has no problem with immigration of hundreds of thousands from Gaza. Now, remember, Gaza and the West Bank are about all that the Palestinians can hope for at this point. Gaza and the West Bank. It's about all. Well, if they leave and they can't return, then that becomes more land for Israel, which then means that all that the Palestinians may hope for would be the West Bank, which, of course, is being encroached upon by the settlers. So we find ourselves now with this minister indicating that he sees nothing wrong. It would be good for the state of Israel. Now, dear friends, friends, if this official can say that he will do what's good for the state of Israel, is it wrong for me to stand in the well of the Congress of the United States of America, born here in the United States of America, born in Louisiana, lived my life here in the United States of America, no desire to live anywhere else or move to any other place? Is it wrong for me to say that I think I should do what's in the best interest of my country? He does what's in the best interest of his country. I do what's in the best interest of my country. And I don't believe it's in the best interest of my country for us to continue to send billions of dollars to Israel when Israel's Knesset has voted from the river to the sea, there will be no Palestinian state. From the river to the sea. My God, can you imagine what would happen if someone stood here in the well of the House of Representatives and said, from the river to the sea, there will be no state of Israel? I don't have to imagine. I've seen what happens. You get punished. You become an anti-Semite. What do we call the people who say, from the river to the sea, there will be no Palestinian state? Is there a double standard? Is there a double standard? I believe that there has to be a Palestinian state. So I'm out of step with a good many people. But remember, I believe it's better to stand alone than not stand at all. So I don't think that it is good for the United States to continue to fund wars that a good many people in this country do not support. I am one of them. I think it's time to bring this war to an end. It's time for us to move toward a two-state solution, but also more importantly, or equally as important, it's time to bring home the hostages. Negotiate so that the hostages can be released. It's time for them to be released. Let them go home. And it's time for us to negotiate a serious two-state solution. But unfortunately, the Knesset has said that it will not happen. This government says that it won't. Well, I contend that if this government says that it won't, that's okay. The government in Israel has every right to make these comments. But I also think that the government of the United States has every right to say, no more money, no more bombs, no more planes. You can do what you choose. You're a sovereign nation, but so is the United States of America. A sovereign nation, Mr. Speaker. We have every right to say that if you can't agree on the two-state solution that was mandated in 1948, 47, then, okay, we don't have to support eternal conflict. We don't have to support the war where thousands of babies have been killed. We don't have to support the taking of the land from the Palestinians in the West Bank by the settlers. We don't have to support this. But I don't speak for us. I speak for myself and everybody who agrees with me. Good many people do, by the way. I believe that our alternative to continuing to support the erosion of Palestinian land, the taking of Palestinian land, the declaring that there will be no Palestinian state, I think we should acknowledge that you're a sovereign nation, but so are we. And that we will stand for what we have stood for decades, and that is a two-state solution. I compliment President Biden for making this a significant issue as we go through this time of great turmoil. I compliment him. But I think that we've reached a point now where there has to be a change in our policy. If Israel changed its policy, we can change ours. It's time for a change in the American policy. Still have friends. Government of Israel, the country of Israel will be our friends. But we don't have to support this war. We can ask for peace. And peace is the solution. There is not going to be a solution other than a peaceful two-state solution if you want peace. Now, if you want eternal conflict, or if you want calm, you want things to calm down, then you can have a one-state solution. But remember this, there is calm in a dungeon where people are suffering. You can have calm in a dungeon, but that's not peace. If we want peace where neighbors can work together, you have to work toward it. And you don't make peace with the friends. They're already in a peaceful relationship. You have to make peace with people who have been antithetical to your views. It's time to say, you don't have to make peace, but we don't have to support what you're doing. We've got an aircraft carrier with Americans out there at risk, nuclear powered. It's like a floating a military base. When we send out these nuclear powered aircraft carriers, I'm told they can be fueled such that if need be, they can stay for 25 years. And that it has other ships and other aircraft there with it, some 90 aircrafts. Our people are at risk because we have a state, by and through its government, who is saying there will be no two-state solution. And we have now what appears to be a conflict that is expanding and may eventually become a conflagration. It is expanding. And look, I'm for everybody having the right to defend themselves, and that has to include the state of Israel. But I'm also for peace. And peace is not going to be gained by continuing the process of making war. At some point, either someone is going to trigger something that will take this to a different place, or we will back off and try to have arrangements first and then peace to follow. And all of the hostages should be brought home, all of them. So now I close with this, Mr. Speaker. I have said that I don't think that our government should continue to support the war. But I don't speak for the government. So I'm going to speak for myself now. I didn't speak for the government before. Everything that I've said, I speak for myself and all those who agree with me. But here's what I say. If you bring a standalone bill to this floor, I'm going to vote against it. If it is a standalone bill, just as the last one was, I believe this was the last, to send more funds to Israel, it's no secret. Don't count me as a yay. Count me as a nay if you bring a standalone bill. Now someone would say, well, why wouldn't you just say that you're going to vote against any bill? Well, because I've been here long enough to have the good sense to know that these things can be packaged such that you have to hold your nose and your breath and close your eyes and turn your back and just vote for it. You may not want to, but the way it's packaged can push you into a corner a place that you dare not go and don't want to be. But you do. So, if you bring a standalone bill, I'm voting against it. And probably will vote against others that are not standalone, depending on how they have been packaged. It's time for us to take a stand. And there's a song, a spiritual song, that has the words, just stand. Just stand. After you've done all that you can, and I'm doing all that I can, after you've done all that you can, knowing that it is dangerous to be right in affairs where established men are wrong, after you've done all that you can, just stand. Just stand. Stand for liberty and justice for all, as represented by that flag behind the speaker. Stand with Carlyle. No lie can live forever. Stand with William Cullen Bryant. Truth crushed to earth shall rise again. Stand with Dr. King. The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends toward justice. Stand knowing that the words of C.A. Tinley are powerful and right. Harder yet may be the fight. Right may often yield to might. Wickedness high may seem to reign, and Satan's cause may seem to gain. But there's a God that rules above with a hand of power and a heart of love. And when I'm right, I just believe that God will help me fight. Harder yet may be the fight, Mr. Speaker. Harder yet may be the fight. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.